These things happen to the best of us. Remember, God has got your project. Sometimes people can disappoint you, not because you're not worthy. These things happen to the best of us. Remember, God has got your project. Ooh, hey, oh, ooh, hey, oh. Ooh, hey, oh. Ooh, hey, oh, ooh, hey, oh. Kumakande nyuko mi Tambaye nunga kuni Niguntitru zuko. Remember, God has got this. Remember, God has got this. Ooh, hey, oh, ooh, hey, oh. Ooh, hey, oh, ooh, hey, oh. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. You're looking so beautiful tonight. My name is Pindam Kyamatlala, and I'm here solely for your listening pleasure. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. How's everybody doing? Doesn't sound amazing. How's everybody doing? Allow me please to recognize our guest of honor, Honorable Stella Ndabeni, Minister, Department of Small Business Development, Ms. Asimpiwa Hamilton, Director General, Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, Dr. Marco Saravanya, Founder and Chairperson, Regenesis Education, Dr. Riabetswe Khoriadira, CEO, Regenesis School of Entrepreneurship, our 11 womenpreneurs battling for top honors. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to be inspired? Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, our 11 phenomenal finalists will each have just 60 seconds, 1 minute only, to deliver their elevator pitch. 1 minute to convince the judges, wow the crowd, and show us why they deserve that crown. 60 seconds tonight could be life-changing. And what's at stake? Big rewards, cash prizes from 10,000 Rand all the way to 100,000 Rand for our champion. Huawei phones, tablets, pods, exclusive Regenesis hampers. Every finalist gets access to the Women in Leadership course, Empowering tomorrow's leaders today. The crowd favorite, believe it or not, that is in your hands. Cheer loud, make noise, and the one you back could win a one-way fan plus pods. Just how loud can you cheer, ladies and gentlemen? Let's hear you. And let's not forget, Access Bank is backing these women up to 20 million rand in financing for the top 20 finalists. Now that's real fuel for real growth. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. My name is Hugo Ribatika, and I'll be directing proceedings this evening. So, ladies and gentlemen, buckle up. In just 60 seconds each, these women will pitch their dreams, and your energy will help decide who shines the brightest. Let's give them the love, the noise, and the support they deserve. Welcome to Access Bank Womenpreneur, powered by Regenesis. A big thank you to our sponsors, ladies and gentlemen: Access Bank, National Empowerment Fund, Regenesis School of Entrepreneurship, Seed for Business Partners, DTCI, and Huawei. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome to the podium our first speaker tonight. She's a visionary leader with a powerhouse background, former group CEO of Bearer Group, ex-executive at Standard Bank and SAB, and current PRASA board member. She's not just a leader, she's an engineer, an economist with a PhD from Cranfield, and a strategist with an MBA from Kent. What does she not have? Get ready for a new era of entrepreneurial excellence, leadership, and entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Riabetse Khoriadire, CEO of Regenesis School of Entrepreneurship.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am a very tall girl. Let's try that again. Welcome, everybody. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Entrepreneurs. I am so incredibly pleased to see your very beautiful faces this evening. Another round of applause for all of you that came today. It is such a great honor for me to stand here today. It is a full 360 moment to stand here today being part of a launch of a school of entrepreneurship. When I was a young little girl, I started a business selling balonis in the streets of Orlando East. Never did I ever dream that in 2025, I will be standing here inaugurating a school of entrepreneurship where success means scale and sustainability, and making sure that women of South Africa and women on the continent get to realize their dreams. So this is really, really, really a very big moment. So please give me a clap. For 28 years, ladies and gentlemen, Regenesis has stood as a beacon of transformation and of transformative education, from our world-class business school to our School of Public Management, School of Law, School of Finance, and the new inaugural School of Education. We've always been in the business of shaping leaders who don't just navigate the world, but who change it. Today, we take our most ambitious step yet. We are launching the Regenesis School of Entrepreneurship, where success means scale and sustainability. But why now? Why are we doing this? Let's look at around us, ladies and gentlemen. We are living in a continent of groundbreaking potential. Africa is simply a young continent. There are boys and girls that are young, that are full of energy, that are vivacious, that are vibrant, that are bursting with ideas. Yet, we are also living with a very hard reality. Our country faces a big crisis. An unemployment rate soars about 40% for our youth. This isn't just a statistics, ladies and gentlemen. It's a generation of talent, of energy, and dreams
waiting to be unlocked. We cannot simply just wait for opportunities to be created. We must create these opportunities ourselves. This is the core mission of the Regenesis School of Entrepreneurship. We are not just launching a school. That's not it at all. We are launching an ecosystem where a young person in Africa who has an idea, who is bubbling with energy, can go find funding, find support, find post-funding support, and make sure that that business is scaled. Not only do you need money support, you also need emotional support. Entrepreneurship is an incredibly difficult road. You fail and fail, and fail and fail, and fail some more, and then just when you think there's a glimmer of hope that's about to come, boom, you fail again. And then you fail and fail and fail, and then I go to my mother's house, and then she massages my back. She says, Nana, you can do it. Then I wake up again, and you try, and you fail, and then one day you make it. Boom. The business now starts having turnover of 1,000 rands, to 100,000 rands, to 1 million rands, to 10 million rands. And at the top of your game, you can make a turnover of 1 billion rands, ladies and gentlemen. So what will set Regenesis apart? It's very simple. We want not only to create leaders that are going to start businesses, we want to create wholesome leaders that can go into their social settings and change their economies. We want emotionally smart leaders that not only are looking for money and growth and shiny things, but we want them to be impactful, change lives, one person at a time, one community at a time, one country at a time, the continent of Africa altogether. So it is our unwavering commitment to make the journey of entrepreneurs practical. Theory is very important. I have a PhD, I know. It's very important, but it is not enough. Our curriculum is built by entrepreneurs for entrepreneurs, ladies and gentlemen. The people that started Regenesis are 3 entrepreneurs that started 28 years ago in a flat in Killarney with no money. Today, 28 years later, we are in 8 countries. We are in India, South Africa, in Kenya, Tanzania, Nigeria, Uganda. I thought the round of applause. Aye, man, let it come. We've just launched offices in Namibia, in Botswana, and Mauritius. Because really we see the value that we add is not only transcending through South Africa, it transcends through borders. You won't just study marketing here. You won't just study finance here. We'll make you a wholesome leader. Through the 28 years journey, we have had a relationship with most of the corporates here in South Africa. All the corporates you can think of, they have had their executives trained here at Regenesis Business School. Regenesis has always been in the heart of the corporate of South Africa. So our entrepreneurs are in absolutely the right place because they get to be intertwined and have routes to market and sweat some of our assets, which is our corporate relationships. I'm not flying solo today. I'm flying with my corporate friends. We've got Access Bank, the bank for entrepreneurs. Let's give them a round of applause. Access Bank is one of the banks that's got one unique proposition, trade finance. So whether you're entrepreneurs from Kenya, as we've got our colleagues at the back, taking tea from Kenya, selling it to Zimbabwe, to South Africa, to Mozambique, Access Bank has got the trade finance for you. Creating clothes from Johannesburg and selling these to Nigeria, Access Bank has got the trade finance for you. Moving copper from the DRC all the way down to Johannesburg at the ports in Durban or in Richards Bay, Access Bank is your guy. So we're really excited to have Access Bank, as our technical partner at the back end to make sure that we've got all the agile working capital solution and finance for our entrepreneurs. We also have our technology partner in the house. Huawei is here today. Huawei is going to make sure that as entrepreneurs ourselves and our entrepreneurs that are coming in, we are digital, baby, AI Generation 10. Cloud computing solutions are just the pulse of Huawei. So Huawei is here to make sure that not only in South Africa, or we are going straight to the continent, being tech savvy, being tech smart, and leading and making sure that entrepreneurs, especially small, medium enterprises, are not left behind in the digitization of businesses. Then we've got our third most favorite friends, Brand SA. Brand SA is a very important strategic partner. As South Africa, we want to take Brand South Africa to the rest of the continent and to the rest of the world. We love Brand SA, and they have contributed towards having this extremely extraordinary experience today. When we go out and we sell our products into the rest of Africa, we will always have the flag of Brand SA as entrepreneurs with our entrepreneurs. We then also have CEDFA and NEF in the house. That government and policy makers are at the heartbeat of where we want to scale small, medium enterprises. They are a critical strategic partner because they enable us to go thick and fast into the South African landscape. So we look forward to engaging with them further and making sure that this partnership is not only a 3-year marriage. I'm putting both parties on the spot. We expect the marriage with Access Bank, NEF, CEDFA, business partners to be a lifetime marriage with no divorce decree. I'm very excited as I close, ladies and gentlemen, to really talk about a nice small medium enterprise called Motion Partners. They are based in Cape Town. And when they heard that we have got this program, they said, Ria, a big part of entrepreneurs is marketing. How on earth are these ladies going to go out there without having a marketing partner? Motion Ads jumped on board, which means in our ecosystem, we must make sure that we brand ourselves as we've kitted ourselves to look beautiful for tonight. Our businesses must look the same so that people know where to find us and people know exactly how to find us and how we look. So thank you very much, Motion Partners. Last but not least, I really want to thank our partners, Toyota Bryanston. They are really the heartbeat of this nation. And I really want to thank them because our entrepreneurs need mobility. They need to move around. They need to create businesses that are going to employ and scale and make sure that we get around very well. And ladies and gentlemen, we've got a treat for you this evening. We've got 10 beautiful ladies who will be presenting their businesses. Women are the cornerstone of every household, of every community, of every country, and certainly the continent of Africa. I want to say welcome to all of you, and let's have fun tonight. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's absolutely incredible when the CEO of the business has as much energy as Ria. She deserves another round of applause. So I'm particularly excited about what this program is going to do. This program is going to create wholesome leaders. So it's not an iron-fisted mother, an iron-fisted woman, but it's a woman that is complete. So that's super exciting. The curriculum is built by entrepreneurs for entrepreneurs, and I think that's absolutely amazing. Also delighted that these entrepreneurs, many who may not have marketing prowess, are not being thrust into the deep end because there is a plan to ensure that marketing is packaged as one of those things that they're assisted with. Now, how important is it for these 10 women whose lives are about to change? forever. To hear, to get insights from a businesswoman trailblazer. Absolutely important, yes? Okay, which is why our next speaker, who's co-founder and CEO of MIH, 100% black-owned and 70% woman-owned and led Diversified Investment Holdings Group, a pioneering business. She has led Mutseng Investment Holdings, MIH, a multi-awarding winning organization with underlying investments in commercial and industrial property, property and facilities management, telecommunications, infrastructure concessions, and engineering businesses, with geographic representation in 5 SADC countries, ladies and gentlemen: Lesotho, Mozambique, Botswana, Mauritius, and South Africa. And that same question, what is it that she has not done? Well, she's going to tell us in a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, Ipuleng Mukari. Let's give her a round of applause.
Is that going to be okay? I noticed that Ria ran up here, so I thought, okay, I need to do the same. Can you lift that up for me? I think I need a little bit of height. Thank you. Good evening. How are you? What an honor it is for me to be standing here with you. Let me take these glasses off so I can see what I'm reading. An absolute honor for me to be standing up here. I'd like to start off by just saying to the Honorable Minister, Stella Ndabeni of Small Business Development, the DG of DTIC, Mr. Simpiwe Hamilton, the CEO of Regenesis Entrepreneurship, Dr. Reabetswe Koreadira, the CEO of Access Bank, Mr. Sandile Shabalala, our esteemed finalists, and absolutely all of you amazing guests, all protocol is observed. I am very humbled to be standing here with you this evening, not only because it is Women's Month, so I want to say to all the women, happy Women's Month to you. But I'm thrilled to be here because I was asked to share a little bit about my business insights, and I'd like to do a little bit more than that and just talk about where we are. This is an auspicious occasion. It is really a powerful moment for us, not only in South Africa, but I think as we celebrate Women's Month, because launching an entrepreneurship collaboration between an educational institution and a financial institution is a really, really powerful purpose. It is absolutely critical, particularly in our country and in our continent. And I think we need to give Regenesis and Access Bank and the entire ecosystem of partners a massive round of applause. So a great son of the soil, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, who is a visionary statesman and the first president of the independent Zambia, who led his fellow countrymen and who was the president between 1964 until 1991. He passed away in 2021. Up until his final moments, he was the leading figure in his country, particularly around independence in his country. And one of his many notable quotes that I absolutely love is, "Ambition never comes to an end." So the theme of my message today is simply in the words of His Excellency, the late President Kaunda, particularly to you, entrepreneurs who are going to be coming up here and sharing your stories, your one-minute pitches. Your ambition will never come to an end. I wish to congratulate and commend the partners of Regenesis, Access Bank, particularly for this bank pitch and match event, on committing to build and supporting women entrepreneurs. It cannot be lost on us, ladies and gentlemen, that starting, growing, building, and sustaining a business as an entrepreneur is a career like going to war. It's like going to battleground. You cannot understand how hard it is. No matter how prepared one is, the stakes are extremely high, the losses are many. So, a structured, intentional, and constructive intervention is always needed, and that's how I see this particular partnership. And let's just think about statistically what we know. So the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor of South Africa report of 2022 and 2023 entitled Entrepreneurial Resilience During Economic Turbulence. It's essentially a partnership between GEM, Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, and Stellenbosch University, happens to also have CEDA and Standard Bank, and this report notes some very important research findings. It says, in South Africa, whilst entrepreneurship is regarded as a key economic driver, here's the reality. In our adult population in South Africa, they talk about those who are involved and those who are not yet involved in an entrepreneurship venture of some sort. And I was struck by the numbers, and here they are. In 2022, 10.3% of our population was actually involved in some kind of entrepreneurship venture. And that meant that 89.7% were not involved. That leaves a whole lot of people out for whatever reason. The second research finding is that there are more men involved in that 10% than women, right? And then further, and I think this is the most powerful, and this is why I'm really so grateful to be here today. It says that the report further indicates that the societal attitudes towards entrepreneurship heavily influence one's intention to even become an entrepreneur or to even consider it. So, entrepreneurial ambitions, together with the extent to which entrepreneurial activity is supported, celebrated, these are direct reasons why people are either in it and involved or not. These are the direct reasons why, when societies positively or negatively cast perceptions on entrepreneurship, they will influence whether we get in or we get out. Whether we want to have a safe job, obviously I want to have a safe job, or not. So, Doc, the importance for me of this partnership and collaboration is that it's about creating the positive perception, the positive environment. It's about ensuring that we bring women into a space and then present them with individuals who may have done it, who may have failed, but who got up again to do it again. This is what it's about, because if entrepreneurship is a key economic driver in an economically declining country as we are, then we have to celebrate this partnership today, because it's about the ambition to elevate entrepreneurship as a sustainable career choice aimed at contributing to the growth of our economy. And unfortunately, as South Africans, we have a long way to go in this space. And I'm talking about a long way to go in the entrepreneurship space. I know, because I've been an entrepreneur, it will be 27 years next year. And it is very hard. And let's just paint a little bit of a picture. We have a long way to go before entrepreneurship contributes fully to the potential of our economic development, our technological advancement, job creation, and social cohesion. We're on the way there, but it's tough. The reality is that our economy has underperformed for over a decade, with real GDP per capita growth declining since 2011. But despite all of that, here we are. We sit in this room still wanting to ensure that we create some kind of opportunity. So for every 10% who are involved, I really want to challenge the Regenesis team and Access Bank to say that it is wonderful that you're wanting to make sure that at least 50% of those are actually women. We need to advocate for that. But I'll go a step further, that in fact that 89.7% needs to be converted as well. Let me come to my lived experience. I started a business in 1998. I left university a long time ago. And as I left university, the first moment of adversity happened. I lost my mother, who was the sole breadwinner and person who was bringing us up as the eldest of 3 children. And in '96, as my mom passed, as I just finished university, I spent a year working with an organization that employed me to be essentially their marketing director. And I was running around selling something called electronic security systems, CCTV cameras. I was this young girl from Mlazi. I really didn't know much about CCTV, and all I had was a social sciences degree. And in 1997, I decided to request the owner of the business to actually allow me to resign. Well, I resigned. I didn't ask him to allow me to resign. I resigned. But I said to him, I've been running this business of yours, this little CCTV business called Posa Iliso CCTV, for you for a year. It's your BEE, Black Economic Empowerment arm. You know what? I think I want to go and do it on my own. How about you deregister yourselves and register me as the sole proprietor? You can continue with your main business, which is the main family business, doing the same thing, and I'll take this business. And that was essentially how I started my company. In 1998, the year after, I started Mutsing Investment Holdings in June of the following year. It has been absolutely grueling. It has been tough. Entrepreneurship is grueling. It's highly rewarding. Mine has been a long, challenging, demanding, rewarding, failing forward opportunity, and failing forward again, as Rhea said, and failing forward again. I have failed so many times that in fact I have not lost, I've won in the failing. Because it is in those moments that you are winning. I've gone from being unemployed to being self-employed. I've gone from living literally hand to mouth, unable to buy a 50 Rand burger in the early days, I remember clearly. Sitting in the Sandton restaurants and wanting to meet people and present who I am, and at the end when the bill comes, I can't afford it. But you know what? Getting up and saying, we're going to do this, we're going to hustle. We started off as a business that had nothing, but that created some kind of equity within that particular business. We started off as 2 employees, and at some point, we were over 500. So we have experienced all sorts of failures, learnings in brackets, and successes. And from each of these, we have been able to become a little bit better with each year. So one of the things I want to say to the entrepreneurs who are here in this room is, it is the moments of adversity that will be your most important opportunities to stretch yourselves and to learn from them. Do not rush success because it is a terrible teacher, as Bill Gates tells us. Success is a terrible teacher because it teaches you that you can't fail. You need to fail more, not less. So there are a couple of lessons, as I finish, that I'd like to just share. So the most important lessons that I've gained in my journey have been, start small. Start small, but always think big. Understand what your skill sets are and capitalize on them. Find those niche opportunities in your chosen sectors. But once you found that niche, professionalize, specialize, focus on that. Establish or seek cash generative or annuity income opportunities. They are very important. I shared with a lady at my table who happens to be an Access Bank lady that in 27 years, I have never taken a dividend out of my business. I have plowed every cent back. And when those dividends have come, if they've had to become something that we say, oh, well, fine. Oh, something has been declared, not a problem. We don't need it now. And it's painful. It's hard. But that's the only way that we've been able to grow. Cash is king for the business, not necessarily for you. Don't say yes to everything, because that success and growth can kill you. Revenue is vanity. Your profits are really your sanity. Diversification comes after specialization. So focus on that specific skill, and then, maybe after a decade or 2, then you can diversify. Your quality of earnings is everything. But of all things, people will be your greatest asset. So to the ambitious entrepreneurs, I'm only too aware of the significant uphill battles that you will face daily. Many of you have needed to sacrifice everything, your time, your families, your finances, your relationships, and much, much more along the journey. Stay on course, it's okay. There are 4 G's that you need to understand. It's about grit, it's about growing, it's about glory, and then it's about giving. And then you go back to grit, and then you go back to growing and glory and giving. And why you do that is because What I've learned as a woman in business is that there's a point at which you grow, and I'm still aiming to reach that billion. And then what happens, Ria, is that because you haven't reached it, you plateau. So you've got to understand that you're going to grow and dive. And then you're going to have to get up again and dive. And that's what our business has gone through. Lots of diving and hopefully getting up again. Your power, entrepreneurs, is that you will descend to the level of your preparedness. Please stay alert and prepared. Prepare and prepare and prepare. Preparation is a metaphor for excellence. As leaders in this country, you have agency, because that's what you are. So I would love to just close off by saying, I'd love to speak to you entrepreneurs as leaders who have agency. Every person in this room today, just by virtue of being here, has agency. Agency is access, it's information, it's privilege, it's resources, it's wealth, it's mobility. Agency is the language that is about power. It's the tangible and intangible state of power that exists. It's the agency that Access Bank has and Regenesis to say, if we have this level of authority, what are we going to do about our agency? If we reflect on the current extreme challenges facing civil society, business, and public sector in South Africa, we live and work in a country full of promise and growth, and I agree with you, Ria. Not just a country, a continent full of promise and growth. But what does that mean? It therefore means we need entrepreneurial leaders who will understand what their agency means and how they can use it daily to impact positively and to build themselves in South Africa. We need to become part of that solution. So congratulations to those 10 finalists and the other 10, I've met a couple of the others, just on getting here. Congratulations. I think let's give them a round of applause. It is an absolutely massive, massive thing that you've come to this point. My final comments to you would be to say, heed the lessons of your failures, all of you. Heed them. Use those to stand up again. Understand what it takes to be prosperous. Please lead with humanity, compassion, and courage. Lead with excellence, ethics, and empathy. Use your agency. Go forth and conquer. Thank you.
One of the most incredible things, common phrase said by Ipeleng, who is an incredible businesswoman, the key factor in her success, ironically, is failure. I lost count of the number of times that she talked about failure or the number of times that she failed. And I think that's a big lesson for us all, that it is success, I think she said, is fleeting and is deceiving. The biggest lessons are learnt in failing. And the beauty of what's happening today is that we're creating positive perception and environment for women to teach and to present them with a story, the stories of those that have gone before and have conquered. Create equity in your business, and you'll be a superstar like Ipeleng. Let's give another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to introduce you to some very, very important women. 10 of them. In fact, they're the reason that we're all here. So ladies, I'm going to ask you to stand where you are, just so we know you. As we said earlier on, there is going to be a crowd favorite. So after the panelists are done with their 1, 2, 3, you, ladies and gentlemen, will pick your number 1. In random order, Andiswa Tsawana. Veredzani Makado. Is Veredzani here? Dr. Andile Mulukome. Tlobisile Yende. Kabonina Mnguni. Michelle Muswane. Mosa Hope Mapeto. Sophie Richani Musabeni. Velisa Nyamela. Zanale Zwane. And last, but by no means least, Mary Maposa. Ladies and gentlemen, these phenomenal women are our finalists. Very, very important for us to unpack where the bank comes in, where Access Bank comes in. So please allow me to invite our next speaker. She's a seasoned retail banking professional with over 16 years of extensive experience across leading financial institutions, including Standard Bank, Absa Bank, and currently Access Bank, South Africa. Her career spans a broad spectrum of expertise, including executive management, strategic leadership, customer experience design, and organizational culture transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, she's head of customer value propositions for Access Bank South Africa. Let's give it up for Zaida Manuel.
Thanks. Am I audible? Yes. Thank you. Thanks. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and to all our guests today, our esteemed guests, all our panelists this evening. Congratulations to our finalists, our judges. Thank you for being here, and our esteemed guests. So, I think when Dr. Ria spoke earlier, it's, once again, congratulations to the Regenesis team on this inaugural event. With our partnership as Access Bank with Regenesis, I think myself and Ria go back a couple of years ago, and over 9 years ago. In fact, she was my boss 9 years ago. And I think that being here and seeing this and her work of art and us coming together, financiers and a business school, that's really, really great. But more importantly, Access Bank is once again committed to support entrepreneurs and make a difference. In fact, our purpose is to make a positive impact in Africa as Access Bank. And our vision is to be the world's most respected bank in Africa. So who is Access Bank? Because a lot of people ask us who that is. So who we are is Access Holdings, which is led at Access Bank, headquarters in Lagos. We're multinational, a financial institution. We have a strong Nigerian heritage. We have over 700 branches. We're in 3 continents, Africa, Asia, and Europe. We have in 22 markets, as well as over 60 million customers. So that's who Access Bank is. We're really dominant. We're powerful in Africa. I think our vision and our mission is really to make an impact and support entrepreneurs across the continent and the wider reach in Europe and Asia. So why does women entrepreneurship, why is it important? In fact, women entrepreneurship matters not only because it's a market equity, but also economic growth. What does that mean? So we're investing in women-led businesses really is the backbone of our economy. It creates sustainable businesses, but more importantly, healthy societies. It really drives the transformation that we're seeking. But women face a lot of barriers to entry. And what are those? One of it, the biggest, the main, is actually funding. So according to the African Development Bank, from a statistic perspective, women in Africa lack funding, and they face an estimated funding gap of $49 billion in Africa. $49 billion in Africa for SME entrepreneurship, according to African Development Bank. But more importantly, globally, the stat from quoted by the IFC, International Finance Corporation, women face a $1.7 trillion financing gap in access to funding. That's really massive. And if we look at that, we think ecosystem, all of us coming together, how do we close that gap and what do we do? Outside of funding, there's market access, opportunities, scale. Access to opportunities and market connections is also limiting for women. Also, women play multiple roles. Your mother, your aunt, your niece, you everybody. So how do you have time to invest, scale your business? You're constrained. Dr. Ria spoke earlier about emotional support. It's key. So what is the impact of investing in women-led businesses? Firstly, economic growth. Women are the backbone of creating entrepreneurship, driving entrepreneurship in our economy, but creating job scale as well. It drives inclusivity. It also then closes a gap. So women-led businesses will close a gap. The more women businesses are transformed and invested in, we can actually close a gender gap in entrepreneurship of over $5 to $6 trillion globally, and it can contribute to the GDP, according to the World Bank. So women also bring innovative business ideas, very, very different, centered to sustainability of communities, investing, fresh ideas, different perspectives. And also the solutions to what they bring to market can also be community involvement and uplifting, scaling. One of the stats shows that women invest 90% back into communities, which scales and drives that communal transformation over time. So therefore, women-led businesses are really, really important, not only from a funding or financier perspective, from an economical perspective, but also support, providing that not only financial but non-financial support. As Dr. Ria said earlier, emotional support is key. So another one of it is, I know it's Women Month, but one of the SDG 5 goals is really to accelerate and close gender equality and strengthen social stability. So therefore, investing in women-led businesses really drives, it fosters in financial independence, leadership, and decision-making power. So what we're doing is we're also driving inclusivity, and we're actually closing a gap. So what's Access Bank's role? We're well positioned to support, and we are committed to support entrepreneurship, not only for women, but across the continent. We're really committed, not only in South Africa as Access Bank South Africa, but across the continent. We are multinational financial services, and our commitment to entrepreneurship is very key. Today, we're well positioned through one of our key programs, the W Initiative program, which offers not financial but non-financial offerings to support women-led businesses. And one of the key things that we drive is actually investing in the Womenpreneur Pitch and Match program. Not only in South Africa we do it, but it's a flagship program across the continent that Access Bank drives, and the W Initiative as well. We don't only provide banking, but it goes beyond banking. What we're also seeking is to build networks, mentorships, help you to create sustainable business through co-creating different solutions and knowledge as well. So we've got tailored financial solutions to support entrepreneurs, SMEs in South Africa and across the continent, specifically women, not only financial but non-financial. One of the biggest commitment, and therefore our strategic partner with Regenesis, as a business school to drive not only education around how to start your business, how to run it, how to grow it, how to expand it, and us being the financier leg to enable you to do that, not only in South Africa, but across the continent. Our reach is Pan-Africa, and we're quite massive, as mentioned earlier. I think where we are is access to market capability, connecting you to other entrepreneurs across the continent, and our funding solutions can do that as well and actually foster that across the continent. Our flagship and our true commitment to really support entrepreneurship is really, one, committing ourselves through strategic partnerships and constantly looking for other partnerships to co-create solutions that we can solve to help sustain businesses, not only start them, but actually help sustain them. And our partnership with Regenesis is key. It's one of our flagships, and we're committed to drive, the support of investing into entrepreneurs around coaching, mentoring, driving business advisory services. We don't just want to lend you money, but we want your business to scale, to transform, so that you can grow your business, employ more people, drive economic creation, impact your communities. And once your business is stable, we would like you to transcend your knowledge to the rest. And therefore, we then drive a transformative economy through entrepreneurship. And in closing, so Access Bank is really proud of who we are as an institution, our commitment in Africa, commitment who we want to be, supporting entrepreneurs, but also in South Africa, our flagship commitment with the School of Regenesis to drive and enable businesses to thrive, be sustainable, and really scale and transform over time. Thank you.
Sada, thank you very much. Who's excited about what Access Bank has to offer? So Zada, one of your statistics disappointed me. Zada said women invest 90% back into the community. I'm wondering where men spend their money. Clearly it's not in the community. Maybe it is in the community, just not in business. But I'll let you decide. Miss South Africa Disability, Matilda Mamatiane, is in the building. Give us a wave, Matilda. Give a round of applause. Let's get excited. Come on, let's get excited, everybody. Beauty in the building. So we are going to go into a panel discussion now. I'm going to hand over the microphone for a few minutes to a gentleman who isn't just a broadcaster. He's a force of nature in the South African media landscape, a razor-sharp newsman, a witty television anchor, and a commanding radio host. He has dominated the airwaves for decades, becoming one of the most trusted and recognizable voices in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Mr. Jeremy Maggs.
Hugo, thank you very much indeed. That's very kind of you. Force of nature. Mrs. Maggs calls me a force of irritation. But anyway, it was very nice of you to say so. Ipeleng, it's so good to see you. Where are you? Lovely to see you. What an inspiring speech you gave us tonight. It really was. You started your speech by saying that you were humbled at being here. I'm going to add to that, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to say that I'm overwhelmed at being here tonight. I really am. I had no idea what to expect. And I've just texted my wife saying that this is probably the most exciting evening I've had since I took her out on our first date around 40 years ago. And this is what she texted back to me. She said, Jeremy, you can entrepreneurship your own dinner tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to get in the way of the main event tonight, but I do want to reflect on one thing with a group of experts, and I want to talk about the importance of partnership as far as entrepreneurship is concerned. It's not, as you heard from Ipeleng, just about starting a business. It's a lot more than that. It's about solving problems, creating jobs, and rewriting the future of any economy. And in a country like ours where unemployment is stubbornly high, ideas are everywhere. The real challenge, as you've heard, is turning potential into prosperity. That is absolutely critical. But you're not going to turn that prosperity into opportunity unless you have partnership. And that's what I want to focus on tonight. So Dr. Ria, if you wouldn't mind joining me on the stage, along with Abdullah Snobar, who's Chief Executive Officer, DMZ Ventures at the University of Toronto. Sandile Shabalala, Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank. Nonzuzu Makanda, Chairperson of the Small Enterprise Development Funding Agency, SEFTA, and Tsai Lau Lin, Director of Ecosystem at Huawei Cloud in South Africa. If you could all join me on the stage, please. Thank you very much. Excellent, if you can all make your way up. Guys at the back, do all of our guests have microphones? What's the deal? What are we doing? If we could bring them up, please, I'd be very grateful. Thanks a lot. I'm just going to use this one, if that's okay. Thanks, chaps. So while we're miking everybody up there, are you excited about tonight?
I'm incredibly excited about tonight. I'm not too sure if, there we go. I'm incredibly excited about tonight. And the one thing that makes me especially excited is to see the ladies that have started a business and they've persevered and they're here to tell us how they've done it.
But they are not going to succeed, Ria, I would suggest, unless there is support, unless there is partnership. As an entrepreneur yourself and someone who's going to facilitate, enable, and teach entrepreneurship, why is partnership so important?
Partnerships are important because you need an end-to-end solution for entrepreneurship to actually take society forward. Let me make you just a very simple example. Legal costs are the single most highest barriers. So entrepreneurs, we go out there, we agree contracts. As an engineer, I'm agreeing legal terms like force majeure. I don't know what that means. And I'm agreeing, sign. All because you're looking for the opportunity.
I thought force majeure was a French rugby player.
Yeah, me too, Jeremy. So when you are in an ecosystem like this one that we're creating, and I get an opportunity to sign a contract, then I've got a legal capability that I can click on and create a 15 minutes meeting and get one of our strategic partners who's a legal firm and the School of Law from Regenesis, the final year students, that simply help with a contract. That business has got a higher probability of getting a contract that's going to be mutually beneficial.
Fantastic. Just before I continue, Hugo, if I could just ask you, speaking as a fellow broadcaster, you know that you and I share two things in common. One is we have very large egos. The second thing is we love the sound of our own voices. I can talk this until midnight tonight. At some point, can you come and gesticulate wildly and tell me to shut up? If you wouldn't mind doing that. Right. So let's move on. Not right now.
Okay. All right. Okay.
We haven't even started. Let's move on down the line and give me a sense of partnership and how important it is, and perhaps what your organization is going to bring to the process.
Well, I guess if one looks in terms of the importance of partnership, is actually being able to connect the ecosystems that actually gives value and support to a dream. If you think about what Regenesis and Access Bank have put together, and you look at all the partners that are involved, it is very clear that this is a well thought out sort of partnership journey that actually gives a whole lot of sustainability and life to these entrepreneurs in all aspects of everything else that they will face as they journey through their entrepreneurial journey. And that's, for me, the importance of this. Who are the like-minded people that we bring together that shares the common vision to actually uplift communities and make an impact into society?
What would your advice be to the entrepreneurs that we have gathered here today in terms of leaning into that partnership and leveraging the opportunity in the relationship?
It's a great opportunity for them to be here and be associated with this event. And so many of our entrepreneurs don't get that opportunity. So for me, it's about them immersing themselves into this opportunity and making sure that they develop all the networks that they need to be successful in their journey. The partners that are here are very committed. So how do you then, as entrepreneurs, make sure that you get the best value out of it? So for me, that's the most important thing. We are here, we are committed, we want to make the difference, and we want to work with them to make sure that they are successful.
Let me get a view from Huawei now, if I can, and just how important is the relationship, and perhaps give us a sense of the importance of technology in this equation, and again, what these driven, like-minded, strong, motivated young entrepreneurs need to get out of that.
Thanks, Jeremy. Dr. Ria said, you know, in 28 years, Regenesis started from scratch, and Huawei itself started 38 years ago in an apartment in Shenzhen with $3,000, and today its annual revenue is $118 billion US. Now, Ipeleng, your billions is coming soon.
From your lips.
Dollars. So I think, you know, when I was chatting to Motion SA's CEO, you know, it's quite interesting because most people think of Huawei as just being cell phones, consumer products. But we are actually one of the biggest telecommunications equipment providers in the world. Going into autonomous driving, self-driving vehicles. We're from the cloud and AI division. And so speaking to the cloud and AI, what does that actually mean for the entrepreneurship? Myself being an MBA graduate 2 years ago, I think what's really key is the people, your skill sets, your channel partners, and myself heading up channel partnership is so important because we are the infrastructure level, the PaaS services, obviously the platform that you develop your fintech solution on. We're the SaaS solution, plug and play. So what does that actually mean? So we have a lot of SME product suites for you guys as well. Something like One Office, as an example, is a quarter of the cost of Office 365. Another example, a Chile case in the library, National Library, there was 4,000 computers that we basically took 3 days to automate using DeepSeek. It's a language model. And we basically automated all the information of these 4,000 computers to actually provide value. And obviously, you know, we day in and day out in lots of meetings. We have something called AI Meet, and that's a Huawei product. Basically, it transcribes all your information as well as key decisions. And, you know, it can actually save about lots and lots of hours of time.
At the get-go, how should an entrepreneur be strategizing and defining their relationship with technology? Because unless they have a deep understanding of it, they're not going to succeed. It's not something that you can shunt to the margins, right?
100%. I think it's about how do you leverage technology. So you need to understand what are your challenges, who's around you, and leverage us. There's a couple of us in the room. Can you put up your hand, please? The Huawei team. Come talk to us. We understand technology. You understand your struggles. Are you struggling with a CRM system? Are you struggling with customer service? Are you struggling with communication? We've got the necessary tool sets that can help you digitize your product stack.
Huawei folks, you're going to be well leveraged tonight. Let me just tell you that. Okay, and there's someone waving. Let's talk a little bit about small business and how they can realistically be the engine of job creation at scale. And maybe that's a good opportunity for SEFTA to comment on that. Just the lock between small business and the importance it has within the broader South African economy and the growth that we're chasing so urgently.
Well, I think, thank you very much, Jeremy. I must say I'm not Nonzuzo. She's in Cape Town. I'm Xoliswa Daku, so I'm chairing the Transformation Committee. Well, I think by the mere fact that we formulated the department, which is the Department of Small Business Development, by nature, it showcases the need from a South African perspective to encourage and grow small businesses noting, well, the level of unemployment that I'm not going to repeat what speakers have mentioned, and also the participation of actually South Africans in general in business. So the tenacity with regards to understanding what does that mean to be a business person. Generally, you go to a township, do they really understand what does it mean to become an entrepreneur? That's a big word to them. So CIDFA is formulated to reach out to those communities and to South Africans in general to look at alternative ways of growth and upon which that growth would add to the macroeconomic policies and growth of the country. And our major role is enterprise development, ensuring that what all these three speakers are talking about, which is education, finance, and technology, increases in South Africa and adds value with regards to economic growth.
And what are the biggest hurdles or obstacles that you see young entrepreneurs facing, and how are they being equipped to overcome that?
Well, the general perspective would always be, being an entrepreneur myself, would always be access to finance. But beyond that, we as CETFA, we are a coordinator of the whole ecosystem. So for us, it's not about just focusing on you accessing the money, but to provide you with the tools of understanding on how to operate that business or even start it. So we are your one-stop shop, which actually focuses on you from the day that you think about an idea. We change that idea into a business formulation, upon which then we formulate the structures and the framework for you to operate it. Then you can access funding and digitalize the systems that you have. So our major role is actually that development of an individual business into a corporate institution.
Abdullah Snoba, who's joining us online, you can see him on the screen there. Let me ask you a little bit about the role of international incubators and accelerators and the role that they are playing in connecting African organizations or businesses to global markets, because unless there is reach, unless there's distribution, unless there is an opportunity and the availability of that opportunity, none of this is going to work. What experiences can you share with us in that respect? African organizations or businesses to global markets, because unless there is reach, unless there's distribution, unless there is an opportunity and the availability of that opportunity,
Look, thank you so much. First and foremost, I want to apologize. It seems like there may be a small lag from audio and video, so please bear with me and I'll try to be concise. But first and foremost, I want to give a huge shout out to Dr. Rea for making this come to fruition, to making it come to life. Thank you so much. First and foremost, I think it's important to recognize that the idea is always 1%, execution is 99%, and I think seeing this come to fruition today is quite remarkable. Maybe first and foremost on the innovation space and accelerators and incubators within universities, probably the most important function that it plays today is the idea of normalizing entrepreneurship as a career path. Being Canadian, growing up in Canada, entrepreneurship was never a normalized or a practice of where people would want to go post-graduation. As a matter of fact, it was usually where people would end up if they were a failure, if they couldn't find traditional jobs in the big corporate industries and the big banks, and the parents would be ashamed to say that their son or daughter have now landed in a startup. That has changed significantly, and I think the role of incubators and accelerators play a big part in normalizing that world and allowing young entrepreneurs and youth and students to become more embedded in a space where it's actually a point of pride. Beyond that, and probably the most obvious part is that you are able to finally build an incentive around research to commercialization. One of the biggest challenges that every university in this planet deals with is the inability to commercialize research that has incredible legs for going to market. And how do you do that is by leveraging a talent pipeline of students and bright minds in these institutions to lean into incubators and accelerators to actually go through the different programming, whether it be around mindset and mindset development, whether it's around placement in ventures, or whether it's even around venture creation. These are all models that can be created to take research and actually help it navigate through the commercial channels and the avenues there. Beyond all that as well, it is changing the way that we think and do. Incubators are providing, through universities, are providing a change in narrative. It is allowing people and students to come out and become job builders. Itself, it will change the dynamic from an economic lens on how unemployment rates are being seen and how young generations are being completely disengaged and unengaged in so many ways. To create jobs is to create economic prosperity, and that is fundamentally the way that you can restructure countries and nations alike. And then finally, the reach that incubators and accelerators in universities can have on the global landscape. Something as a core example here between ourselves and Dr. Ria, being able to leverage partnerships and how to think globally and how to find best practices and work with other partners around the entire planet by leveraging university brands, but also by having a common denominator of innovation and entrepreneurship to lead the way on that front. So, it all comes back to having universities being able to show that we can do what's right and put our best foot forward, and allow students and allow young innovators to be the masters of their fate and the captains of their ship.
Abdullah, thank you very much indeed. Sage words indeed. Dr. Ria, let's pick up on that word leverage again if we can. How do the 10 candidates tonight better get enough out of the networks and partnerships available to them? How do they start the hard yards?
Number one, they must be willing to put their necks out there. At Regenesis, with all our strategic partners, we're going to create a pathway where they can call, where they can leverage our CRM systems. The crux now, Jeremy, comes and the burden is on them to leverage the capabilities that are put in place so that they can be able to succeed in the businesses. At Regenesis School of Entrepreneurship, we are going to have a series of master classes, and these master classes are going to be delivered by entrepreneurs. So then it will be very important that they come into those networking sessions and they build the capability to network.
But beyond that, you can't be shy.
No.
You've got to put your front foot forward. You've got to have the courage to ask stupid questions.
If I'm actually a very shy person.
Sure you are. So
I'm just
am I.
a very shy person.
I know what it feels like. Yeah.
But I've had to learn to be an extrovert during extrovert requiring times. But if you are to put me in front, I wouldn't be able to enter Miss South Africa contest, for example, because everybody will be looking at me. But on a serious note, I've had to train myself to speak this way, to imagine everybody without their clothes when I'm in the room so that I can be more confident. So you can imagine what I'm imagining.
Please don't go there, okay? You're just upsetting everyone now.
Yeah.
So it's very important to practice posture, to practice how to speak, to practice your 30 seconds elevator pitch.
And just remember, everybody, you've got 30 seconds to make your elevator pitch and another 30 seconds as well.
Times 2.
But that's all coming up. I'm interested to know from a banking perspective why so many startups fail within 2 years. Let's get serious for a moment in that respect. I think that's a fair statistic. What are the common mistakes, do you think, that are made?
I think earlier on people spoke about being prepared. People sometimes, I think you get an idea, but your level of being prepared to follow through with the idea and also anticipating what could go wrong. Sometimes you get this idea that this is what you do and that just drives you as the momentum. You don't stop and say, what could go wrong? And that ability to introspect at every aspect of your journey is a road to success. Equally important, I've always said that the idea of actually being out there, putting yourself out there, making the connections, making sure that you share knowledge, you get knowledge. This is the excellent opportunity that we have for these entrepreneurs to get the knowledge and not just work on their business, but also work on themselves as entrepreneurs. That is an important thing that we need to emphasize as they go about their journey. But also, I always say, somebody spoke about ethics. I think it was Ipeleng. For me, that is the most important thing. And being grounded in your true north. What is it that you actually are trying? And not get distracted. And I think I like the idea that Ipeleng sort of raised around. Get to your craft, understand your craft, perfect your craft, and then start thinking about other things. Sometimes we get distracted. The new shiny thing that comes through, we want to get involved in that. Be good at what you do, and then get better as you go.
And I guess Huawei will tell us that in planning, particularly when it comes to risk mitigation and risk intelligence, use technology to help you these days.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we spend about $100 billion the last 5 years just on R&D to make sure our technology.
You're throwing out some big numbers tonight. Eh?
And these
Whoa.
are big numbers. I'm letting the entrepreneurship dream big. But yeah, from a risk compliancy as well, I mean, we are POPI compliant, GDPR. We are very, very strategic in terms of the sustainability that Dr. Rio was also talking about. You know, success is scaling as well as sustainability. And the whole of Huawei Cloud is about how do I scale your business with least amount of effort, with a lot of optimization, and to make sure it can scale for the next generations to come.
I want to get a sense from you about the practical skills that you think founders, entrepreneurs lack, and where schools like Regenesis can help. What's your experience in that respect?
Is that too?
Thank you very much, Jerome. I'll sit with the challenge here. Well, I think the critical elements that have been mentioned here is I'm going to sound as if I'm repeating it. The financial knowledge, it tends to be something that you don't automatically have tenacity on, because you have to manage the business. You must make sure that it has profitability. So some of those elements do come in. That would mean from anyone who doesn't, even those that have got finance. So we emphasize capacity building. That's why we have what we call incubators. We've got about 117 of those incubators, purely focusing on the second element, which is sector knowledge, which is basically honing that business now. You've established it, you have talent, but now you need to understand how to build it within yourself.
And often the problem is entrepreneurs are so busy chasing the dream and the vision that they're ignoring the fundamentals, as you're saying, of things like financial management.
Yes, and the second element for those that are like us, who are lawyers, we would even go further and forget that you are running a business and think that this is a law firm, and yet it's not. So business management skills, that's why we had to amalgamate what we call the Small Enterprise Development Agency with the Small Enterprise Finance Agency, because the development must be linked to finance. Because most of the time we're chasing fashion designing. We forget about the industry. We forget about the management of that business, the scaling of that business as well. So that's why then it's critical that we work within an ecosystem where we actually have 53 offices throughout the country, and also incubators specifically focused on sectors, and universities. There's what we call in universities seafarers, where actually we have to hone. One of the things that I normally get passionate about, because I'm also on the Startup 20, where we look at township and rural development as well of entrepreneurs. One of the things that I always say that when it comes to your affluent areas, as early as 16 years, a young person would know how to start a business. But if you go to the low income areas, these are some of the educational entrepreneurship areas that we need to hone on. Thanks.
I'm going to start wrapping this up now because I know there are 10 entrepreneurs and mentally they are now counting down and they are getting anxious and they're getting nervous, and I understand that. This is a big deal. There's a lot at stake here. And I want each of our panel members to leave them tonight with one word of advice. And I'm going to start, if you don't mind. The one thing that I didn't hear, or I haven't heard so far, is in this grueling, as Ipeleng mentioned, arduous journey that you are undertaking and are about to undertake. For goodness sake, also be kind to yourself. Yeah. All right? Yes. I'm not an entrepreneur. I have never built a business in my life, and at my age, I very much doubt whether I will do so. But the one thing I've learned in a long career in journalism is be kind to yourself. Let's go down the line. Start with you.
Is it me? The one word that I can leave them with is confidence. Confidence, ask and you shall receive.
I think it's similar, but in the business, from the business perspective, I like the idea of revenue is vanity. But I wouldn't say, I will put it differently. What you asked me earlier on about why businesses fail, the inability to manage your cash flow. Because any business run on cash flow. If you don't know how you make money and how the money gets to you, and you're busy out there and selling stuff, but not managing the cash flow, is the downfall of the businesses. But anyway, the guys that are here, I'm saying to all of them, all of you guys are winners. As far as I'm concerned, for you guys to be here,
I certainly endorse that. Kindness, confidence, cash flow. Let's move on.
Network. The problem that you have at night, the person next to you probably can solve it already in the next 24 hours.
More than anything else, it doesn't matter how many recognitions you have. Just recognize that it's all about reputational management and brand sustainability.
Some valuable lessons from all of us up here to the 10 of you tonight. Good luck.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now getting to the business end of what we're doing. This is going to be very random. As one of the judges, could we turn that mic on, please?
Hi, yes.
Cool. Please give us an idea of what it is that you are looking for. And I'm expecting you to speak on behalf of your fellow judges. Right? We won't disclose his identity, so you can't chase after him if you don't win, ladies. Okay. We're going to keep it professional. Please just give us an idea of what are you expecting, what are you looking for?
Yes, great. Well, thanks so much for having me to be one of the judges tonight. The business we've built is regarding a platform that allows delivery drivers to earn additional income through advertising. And we're there to support the delivery driver across South Africa. So what I'm looking for is social impact. What women are going to be bringing social impact to South Africa?
Fantastic. Would you like to share the mic? Maybe give us a... Yeah?
Thank you. My name is Arnold. I'm the regional manager at Business Partners Limited. We finance businesses. And as a fund of entrepreneurs, I'm looking for you. I'm looking for the uniqueness that you bring. You got 60 seconds to wow us. That's not a lot. So we'll try our best to look for each and every spark that you give us in every moment. Thank you.
Yeah. Ma'am, please carry on. So maybe we could find out from the bank.
So I guess the thing for me that I'm looking for is clarity of purpose. Why are you here? What is the big purpose of your business? And if you are able to articulate that, you got me.
All right, cool.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Karishma Govender, and I'm from the National Empowerment Fund. I would say that in dealing with businesses, one of the main things that we find is more important than anything else. It isn't the business at all, it is the person behind the business. So today I'll be looking at the people making the pitch more than the business that they are presenting, because the jockey is really the main make or break of any business.
Fantastic.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Murungo Mukoni, and I run a manufacturing company in Pretoria with my sister Michelle. And we collect PVC water pipes from landfills and construction sites and make that into homemade deco design. The company is called Moscrip. You might have seen our product in some of the retailers you know and love. Woolworths Home, At Home, Mr. Price Home. We're also one of the biggest exporters of craft, selling internationally to one of the biggest retailers in the world, Target. Crate and Barrel, CB2. You can find us all over the world in the USA, Canada, Philippines, Saudi Arabia. We also recently launched in Costa Rica. I am actually the previous winner of Womenpreneur with Access Bank, won it in 2023. And what I'm looking for is a lady that can articulate her business just like that in 60 seconds. Everybody knows who you are, where you are, and why you deserve to win. Cannot wait.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sipho Ngai, and I'm the acting group executive at the Small Enterprise Development Finance Agency. What we're looking for at SEDFA is businesses that seem to yield the highest socio-economic impact. And impact for us is job creation, it's empowerment of women, and empowerment of HDIs. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's give a round of applause to our guest of honor who's just arrived. Minister of Small Business Development Minister of Small Business Development, Stella Ndabeni. Ma'am, thank you so much for coming through. And last but not least, what are you looking for, ma'am?
Good evening, everyone. Congratulations, Ria. This is outstanding, and to Regenesis. My name is Indrani Reddy. I am CEO of Regenesis. And what we're looking for is looking for the personality that really has the grit, the tenacity, and the thinking to be able to execute, to be awarded this funding from Regenesis and the partners.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Can I ask our contestants to please line up to my right, out of sight? You will be coming up in a moment. I believe we have a timer. Each contestant will have 60 seconds. It's called an elevator pitch, ladies and gentlemen. Each contestant will have 60 seconds at the opportunity to walk away with the grand prize of 100,000 rands. Okay, so once again, let's give a big round of applause to our sponsors, ladies and gentlemen. So each one of our contestants will come up. We'll have 60 seconds to pitch. There will be time. At the end of that 60-second, the clock will stop. The judges will then have 3 minutes to ask questions. They will score, and then we'll move on to the next contestant. In the meantime, each one of you has the opportunity to choose a winner. And that winner will walk away with some Huawei products worth a little over 30,000 Rand. So a great opportunity to disagree with the judges, if you will, or just to reinforce who you think is your favorite. Ladies and gentlemen, our first contestant. Are we ready? Musabeni Litsani, she founded Veggies Private Limited in 2017. Veggies began as an idea with challenges in securing land or financing. By 2020, the company had acquired a 14-hectare plot in Mapleton near Phosphorus in the East Rand, Gauteng. A significant step in bringing the venture to life, despite the land being heavily infested with weeds. Musabeni, the stage is all yours. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Musabeni, I'll tell you when to start, so just hold one moment, please. The judges are getting ready.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sophie Chani Musabeni. I'm a CEO of Veggies Company. I was a nurse, I resigned, and I became a farmer 2017. I leased a farm in Boksburg, Mapleton, and also Limpopo. I've got many farms in different provinces. The reason being is to supply all year around without disappointing my client. I managed to employ youth, 40 and 50 seasonal workers. I also give them growing program at Letulazi High School, the young ones, so that they must know where their food comes from. And also now they are delivering to my clients. The new farmers who become small-scale farmers, I give them a growing program, then they've got a market. I'm a market. I deliver my product to Checkers, Pick and Pay DC, and also export. I also teach the young ones agriculture. I also teach the high school students. I have many clients, and I also am a best female farmer in South Africa. I just came back from China to represent South Africa in agriculture. I'm using a smart agricultural technology. I also bring the new technology in South Africa. Thank you.
Time on this time. So please keep my mic on.
Okay, first question for myself. That was amazing, excellent job. Well done for creating the job opportunities and putting South Africa on the map. I think that's excellent. My question is about your margins, because I noticed that you said you supply to retail. I want to know how sustainable that distribution channel is. So what are your profit margins, and what are you looking forward to in the future, in the next 5 years? What can we expect from you?
Okay, thank you. I deliver like about 20 tons a week at Checkers DC, and I also looking for refrigerated truck because I'm hiring fridge to deliver my things to Checkers DC, Centurion, and Riverfield or Artambo, also on the airlines.
Yes, and what are your profit margins?
About 1.4 million a year revenue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, can we get a microphone here, please? Thank you very much.
Better overtime than than have spare time left, I suppose. You use a business model, but you actually create a lot of impact. So my question to you as an individual and for your business, what is your core purpose other than what you're selling? Because you're representing the country, you're doing a lot in the youth, you're passionate about more than just what you grow from the ground. So what is your purpose really?
Okay, as I told you, I resigned as a nurse. What I've seen, most of the people, they are going to hospital because they are not eating healthy. And again, that's why I'm even teaching the high school students, because South Africa, there's a lack of job, and also the kids are involved in drugs. So I'm trying to keep them busy after the school.
We'll take the final question. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for that lovely presentation. I think from the SETFA perspective, I like the sector. It's agriculture. It talks to what we're trying to fund. And I like the youth involvement in your business. And lastly, I like the fact that you've got retail contracts with your checkers and your pick and pays. And it's something that we can fund as SETFA at the back of the contract. So if you're looking for trucks or inputs, we can look into that, up to 15 million from our side.
Thank you.
Yeah. But maybe just one question from me, and it talks to food safety, which is very important in agriculture. Just explain your processes as it relates to food safety. How do you ensure that your food, your veggies are fit for consumption? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I make sure that I'm a compliance, my farms are compliance, and I also take my workers training. I've got everyday clinics that it's coming in my farm 3 times in a week. So we are compliant when we come to the healthy and hygiene. We've got certified certificates for food security. Yeah, I think. We've got HAZAP. I was scared.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to our first contestant.
No, there's a timer there.
How exciting was that? And believe it or not, we're only just getting started. Our next contestant, ladies and gentlemen, is a passionate and multi-award-winning third-generation farmer and the director of the Yende and Partners, a diversified agricultural business based in Heidelberg, Gauteng, specializing in livestock, grains, and crops. They process beef and lamb and give their products 100% value. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Hlobisile Yende. Timer ready?
Good evening. My name is Hlobisile Yende. Basically what I do for a living, I feed the nation for a living. I sell health and convenience, straight from my farm to your pot or to your fridge. I train and I mentor females to become commercial farmers. You consume at least 1 of 3 of my commodities on a daily basis. So essentially, you need me in the business. With that being said, my name is Hlobisile Yende, the director of the Indian Partners. I specialize with livestock, grains, and crops. The farm is 1,064 hectares. And today what I'm asking for is about 4 million to grow our business, because then the reason why we need it, it would basically grow our processing hub because we're already processing beef and lamb. And I would also be able to increase our breeding stock because we're already supplying one of the biggest feedlots in Africa, which is current beef. And then also the impact that the business has is basically us, you guys need to be fed, so you need us. If you've eaten today, thank a farmer. And with that being said, the impact that we are creating is combating the food insecurity status of this country. I would also then be able to employ more people on top of the 22 permanent staff that we are currently employing. Thank you.
Judges?
Thanks, that was great. I love the energy. I wanted to, I loved your video where you were just stroking that lamb.
Thank
like
you.
it was a puppy. The question is, do you look at your business integrating into the value chain? So would you consider, not just selling to feedlots, but also, at some point you yourself having a feedlot so that you can make an extra margin and actually create the end product eventually, all the way to the consumer?
Thank you for the question. We are not just only supplying feedlots. Our business is very diverse. We've seen that stockfells, for instance, play a very big role. So we know that because we are dealing with a seasonal commodity, we needed to make sure that when we are not selling our weaned off cows, we are making money through our stockfells. Anytime from September to December, it's stockfells. Easter, we know it's the holiday. So we've mastered that. So it's stockfells, it's the township economy because there's a lot of money there also, which people overlook often. We also sell for funerals, weddings, everything that you come and require. So that is why we've made sure that we don't just look at cattle, but we do goats and sheep.
I think again, I see a good fit between what you do and what we do as SETFA. But I think the biggest thing for me, you did mention that you're doing a bit of processing, which is the actual slaughtering. I didn't get a view of how many animals you keep on the farm, number one, because I know that once you get to 300, there is an EIA requirement that you have to comply with. Maybe just talk us through that process. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Basically what we do, we take our biosecurity very important. We saw with the foot and mouth, putting Gauteng in quarantine. That's why we make sure that the safety of our animals is also made a priority. We know with the breeds that we have, we deal with sementales, which are large framed animals, meaning they need a bigger hectare. It's 1 cow per hectare. So we made sure with 1,064 hectares, and because we are dealing with rotational stock, we know how many animals to have at a time. So basically, and also we avoid overgrazing with our animals. So we make sure that at a time we have at least not more than 150 animals at a time on our animals, because also we slaughter, we breed, and we also make sure that we have those that if someone else wants, then we have it readily available. So we prioritize the hectares, and that is why we made sure that we have a breed that is hot on the market, that fits the hectares, and we make sure that at the end it aligns with our goals and dreams.
Tell us about a time when you made a huge loss and how you recovered from it.
Shoo. Oh, guys, are you gonna give me something nice for it? All right, thank you for the question. Last year, as I mentioned, we deal with livestock, grains, and crops. Last year was a dry year. We are planting on dry land with no irrigation, so we rely on the rain. We lost our maize fields, and anybody who knows how much inputs cost. So what we did is, we were fortunate because we pride ourselves in diversification. Because then we knew that when one commodity dropped us down, the other two could pick us up. And that's why we make sure with the foot and mouth currently, that means now the livestock is currently on hold, but the goats and sheep can carry it. The maize can carry it. As we speak right now, we are about to conclude our harvesting of our maize. We just concluded 2 months ago harvesting our butternuts, which is our crop. So we pride ourselves and make sure that we have commodities that feed into each other, not us spending more money, but rather feeding into each other as an ecosystem and it making money back into the business.
Just a question, and maybe coming from just the banker, what are the financial risks that are associated with your business, and how do you deal with those risks?
Thank you, Mr. Sandile. Basically, with farming already, it's hard to get funding because it has a high risk, because we are dealing or working against nature, something we cannot control. So some of the risks is drought. Last year, as I mentioned, we were fighting a drought. This year, we had too much rain. So those are some of the financial, this impacts us financially. So what we did is we are now investing in insurance as part of our risk management. And we've seen that a lot of businesses overlook the risk management part of it because you don't look at, luckily for me, is that I think of more of what could happen or what the worst could happen, and that has saved our business. And that is why, even now with the foot and mouth, we have made sure that biosecurity is very important on our farm, that anybody who enters, their feet and their shoes are sanitized, including our staff in education. So we have pride ourselves in insurance, as much as it's very important, especially with the commodities that we are dealing with and the hectares that we have implemented, unfortunately, we have had to put aside a budget for insurance to make sure that we are not financially implicated. We would rather lose that 25,000 towards insurance than using the millions that our farm is worth.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for contestant number 2.
Sorry guys, my nerves.
As we carry on, ladies and gentlemen, our next contestant is the Managing Director of Takuwaime Private Limited, trading as Vouchers Waste Management and Projects, a growing company based in eMalahleni, Mpumalanga, with a strong background in waste management, used oil recycling, and industrial cleaning. She leads a dedicated team focused on delivering sustainable innovation solutions for clients across multiple industries. Ladies and gentlemen, Veledzani Machado.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Veledzani Pechunia Makado, the Managing Director of Takuwaime Trading as Vouchers Waste Management and Project. We offer services such as waste management, used oil recycling, and industrial cleaning. In South Africa, thousands of liters of used oil are being disposed of improperly, harming our environment, our health, and also our water bodies. Just 1 liter of used oil can contaminate 1 million liters of water. That is why at Vouchers Waste, we don't just collect waste. We make sure that we add value. By recycling used oil, we add value to the used oil, making sure that we reduce pollution, cut costs for businesses while driving a circular economy. We are asking for 3 million rand in order for us to establish a used oil refinery plant that will transform used oil into base oil and diesel, reducing the reliance of crude oil while opening opportunities locally and across borders. Our impact does not only end on the environment. We are protecting our water sources, creating green jobs, and cleaner communities. So funding us, you are not just investing in a business, you are fueling a very strategic growth business.
Your time is up. You can't stop an entrepreneur, can you now? Judges, ready for your questions?
Thank you for that presentation. Maybe just one question around the market. I hear that you're based in is it Woodbank, Mpumalanga?
Yes.
Woodbank.
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe just one question. What are you doing around? I know that one of the biggest contributors to waste is coal in the Woodbank area. What is your business doing around that? Thank you.
Okay, so what we are doing is that we service the mining companies that are mining coal in Witbank. So what we do, we offer them waste management services. So we collect their hazardous and general waste, and then we also help them with the disposal of their contaminated water, as well as collecting the oil. Because what we notice is that most of them, instead of recycling the oil, they are discarding it, which is costing them a lot of money, putting pressure on our landfill sites. So what we did is that we offer them an opportunity to make sure that you can reduce your costs, your disposal costs, since hazardous waste is very expensive, by giving us your oil to make sure that it's properly recycled, which means you are contributing to the environmental sustainability as well as the circular economy. Thank you.
So my question is, what is your end product, and how do you ensure that it is safe to use?
Okay, at the moment, what we are doing is that we are taking this oil and then taking it to the refinery facility, where then they make sure they add value, and then they give it to the end product. So what we want to do, safe, we're gonna have a quality laboratory testing system. I am a scientific researcher myself, and I'll be heading that part to make sure that the end product that we are going to produce in the end will be of high value and high quality. And then we make sure that it is also standards approved. Sorry?
I just want to understand, so the one in the white, the clear bottle, what are the applications of that product?
Okay, so at the end, because we are going to get best oil. Best oil can be used to make diesel. It can be used to make engine oil. It can be used to make hydraulic oil, transformer oil. All different kind of oils that are used come from the best oil.
Very well done. I think that's amazing what you're doing. Incredible work. My question is, where do you distribute the oil? Once it's clean, where's your distribution channel? And another question from my end is, what are you going to do with the 3 million rands to scale your business?
Okay, thank you for that question. So with the first question on what we do, so as I said, right now at the moment we are taking it to a refinery site facility. So once we have our own refinery facility, we want to work with companies such as Sasol, Astron Energy, those ones that generate diesel, so that in order for...
So my question is, where are you distributing it right now?
Oh,
do you
right
have a
now-
distribution channel now? Like, where can we find your product?
So right now, we are distribution, we are working with companies such as SA Fuel, if you know it. So it's a recycling facility that is here in...
And they're purchasing your oil?
Yes, they are purchasing their oil from us.
Okay. And
Yes.
what do you plan to do with the 3 million?
So what we plan to do with the 3 million, as I've been mentioning, is that we want to establish, instead of us taking the oil to SA Fuel, we want to establish a refinery facility that will transform the used oil into a base oil. So that means there won't be a need to use a crude oil, so they'll just use oil. Because most of the recycling facilities that are here, they are end users. They are not recycling. So what we want to do is we want to return it back to base oil.
Thank you so much.
Hold on, please wait. So we're moving now, shifting gears from industrial oils to oils that beautify the skin. Imagelo Africa was registered in 2022, representing a new skincare brand in the making, offering a diverse range of natural skincare products designed to celebrate the natural beauty of the skin. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up to pitch in 60 seconds is the founder, Andiswa Tsawana. Timer, are we ready? As soon as you're ready.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Andiswa Tsawana, the founder of Imagelo Africa. For many years, I've observed loved ones struggling with eczema, and the products that were working well were products that were expensive imports, laden with petroleum and chemicals, including steroids, and that is why I decided to start Imagelo Africa, creating dermatologist-approved products that are petroleum-free using Africa's own indigenous products, raw materials. With us, we are not just bringing healing, and we're not just bringing healing to the skin, but we are also bringing dignity and confidence to our people. why must you invest with us? I'm asking for 4 million. Reason being, your investment is going to change things. Our brand is, by sourcing locally, we will be creating jobs, empowering women and youth, as well as uplifting rural communities. So when you invest with us, your investment will take Imijeloye Africa to a brand that can compete globally, and it will be a successful African story of impacted innovation, competing globally. Finally, it will be your next success story. Thank you.
Judges?
Okay, my question to you, I just want to understand what traction do you already have in terms of sales, repeat customers, retailers? Do you have an online presence? How are you managing that part of your business currently?
Yes, sure, thank you. Right now, we're still very, for instance, in terms of revenue, we are still less than 10K per month. And how we mainly are direct selling, as well as we are on Take a Lot. And in the past 2 weeks, I've been in talks with the Kalapeng group, and so they've given me the leeway to then go back to the individual pharmacies, where they will then measure the traction. So that actually then started this week, where now I'm knocking and delivering the products. So from there, then they promised that, once, for instance, we reach at least 100 units a month, then they're going to be able to then put our products in their warehouse.
Okay. How many of that are repeat clients, customers?
80% of my customers are repeat customers.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Maybe just one question on my side around your location. Where are you based, number one? And the reason why I'm asking is because we've got a chemical incubator called Camin that we support at SETFA, it's got branches across the country, and it supports SMEs exactly in your sector who are looking for access to labs, technical expertise, and business support. Would you maybe consider getting into an incubation program, meaning that you'll have access to subsidized equipment and machinery? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Actually, I've been incubated by Camin, and at the time, in fact, their lab is not yet accredited, so that has been a challenge. It's not yet ISO accredited. And also, in terms of where am I based, I'm still working from my kitchen.
Right, thank you for the pitch. So, the formula in a product like this is very important to consistently get it right. So who owns the formula, and how do you ensure from a quality perspective that you get the ingredients and the consistency right every time?
Thanks for that question. I manufacture these products from scratch. I'm not buying no base chemicals from somewhere. Because of my academic background, I'm able to put things together. So in terms of now the process, for now, because it's a two-man show for now, so I'm mainly responsible for that quality control. And so by just adhering to because for now it's minimum GMP practices, because really I still don't have the funds to go for the proper GMP training and the appropriate accreditation that comes with that. Thanks.
Yes, great. Thank you so much. What testings have you done? You may have said it already, but if you could just repeat it, what testings you've done on the product, that would be great to know.
Yeah, great question. That one is the one that excites me. You know, I brag about that because barrier with Future Cosmetics to prove that indeed they do repair the skin barrier. Then then with green biotechnologies based in the University Green Biotechnologies at the University of Limpopo. We also, in fact, SABS, worked with them in doing the preservative efficacy test, and also we did the stability testing. Yes, those are the tests that have been done so far.
Really impressive in terms of how you started, the perseverance, just you and the other person that is involved in the business. Resilience is what I see. But tell me, there are so many products that are out there in the market that claims to do what you do. Why do you think that your concept would be able to be superior to the other concept? And who would you benchmark yourself as people that you compete with? And why, also give me a sense why this would be something that would be scalable.
Thank you, I love that question. In fact, when I started, I benchmarked myself against Eucerin, and as I progressed, I realized that CeraVe is even better. And so I also checked what they're all about in terms of, reverse engineering. But now what I then did, instead of, like I say, for instance, I don't use petroleum in the products, we are petroleum free, so that is the main difference. Added to that, the rest of we use, more than 80% of our ingredients are from nature. So also even the preservatives that we use are the ones that are eco-certified. And I know your CeraVe and your Eucerin, they are not necessarily using those preservatives. So that is what makes us very unique. And we are still able to do that at a competitive price. And also, the reality is that when you go to Dis-Chem and Clicks, if you go and check, you will not find a South African-owned brand that does this, what are we doing.
Judges, are you happy? Judges are happy. Contestant number 4, well done. Thank you very much. We're setting up our next contestant online, ladies and gentlemen. Very much. Do we have her plugged in yet? We're setting up our next contestant online, ladies. How are we doing, gents? We're setting up our next contestant online, ladies. How are we doing, gents? We're setting up our next contestant. Michelle, if you're online. Michelle, can you hear me? We're setting up our next. Michelle, can you hear me? Michelle, if you're online. Michelle, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Can Michelle see us, gents? Michelle, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Am I audible?
Loud and clear, Michelle. Ladies and gentlemen, Michelle.
Am I audible? Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Michelle's about to give birth to baby Regenesis. So let's give her a round of applause.
Yes, I can hear you. Am I audible?
Loud and clear, Michelle. Ladies and gentlemen, so Michelle Muswana is the founder and CEO of Mishy's Company, a sustainability-focused enterprise established in 2020 that specializes in producing eco-friendly lump charcoal, biomass briquettes, and renewable energy solutions. So Michelle Muswana is the founder and CEO of Mishy's Company, a sustainability-focused enterprise established in 2020 that specializes in producing eco-friendly lump charcoal, biomass briquettes, and renewable energy solutions. So Michelle Muswana is the founder and CEO of Mishy's Company, a sustainability-focused enterprise established in 2020 that specializes in producing eco-friendly lump charcoal, biomass briquettes, and renewable energy solutions. Okay, we're going to move on to our next contestant. Is Mary here? All right, ladies and gentlemen, while they are setting up, our next contestant is Easy Solutions, a youth-led, female-owned agribusiness dedicated to strengthening food security in township communities through climate-smart farming. Founded by Zanele Zwane, right here. The business produces and supplies fresh, safe, and high-quality poultry products while creating sustainable employment opportunities for local youth. Zanele, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Can you hear me, guys? Okay, thanks. You're gonna talk. Good day, my name is Zanele Zwane, a youth female farmer and 100% owner of Easy Solutions, which is a township-based farm producing chickens, chicks, eggs, sausages, and vegetables using climate smarts to sustain the environment. Now, my goal is very simple. I want to strengthen food security where it is needed most and help combat unemployment in our environment. With our country importing chickens and eggs from overseas and children dying in our communities due to unsafe food, this shows that there is a need for farmers that produce protein and eggs in our country, and that's where I step in. And for me to help close that gap, I am looking for funding between 300,000 to 500,000 so that I can buy equipment to increase my outputs in the farm so that I can also help employ children in our communities and also give back to combat hunger by giving back to schools, shelters, and also churches, and also give back knowledge to the kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Zanele. Judges, over to you.
Maybe I can come in first. How big is your current operation and how much do you make in revenue?
Okay, the farm is big. I have about 16 hectares, but because of finances, I can only occupy about 2 hectares right now, but the space is there. Currently, I am not making that much profits because I need to give back to the farm. Whatever I'm making, I need to give back to the farm to grow it because I'm doing it alone. So on a monthly basis, my profits, I can't even tell because I constantly give back to the business. So I barely have that much to spend on myself right now.
Well done for that. I think you're
so
one of
much.
those entrepreneurs that go all in because as far as I'm concerned, I can hear some chicks.
Yes, I bought my babies, guys.
Like,
I have
oh
chicks.
my gosh.
I
mean,
have chicks, yeah.
when you talk about an all-in entrepreneur, well done. I don't have any question. I just wanted to commend you on that. You're all in.
Thank you so much.
No questions either from my side. Maybe just an input or word of advice that we've got a similar scheme that funds exactly your type of business under SETFA that can look into giving you a part grant, part loan scheme up to 400,000 called TRAP. So please go to on our website and have a look at that. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that and for bringing your chicks with.
Thank you, thank you.
What exactly will the funding unlock for you in terms of growth? Because you are in a startup phase and usually it takes time to break even. But what exactly does this mean for you and what can it unlock for you?
Okay, so my main concern is everybody is trying to get into the formal sectors. Leaving everybody in the informal sectors are vulnerable. So my main focus is trying to combat hunger and put food security in the places where it's not focused on, because everybody's farming to take their things to SPAR, which is formal sectors. But what happens to the informal sectors? There's children dying in the communities. That shows that in the communities we do not have people that are bringing nutritious food to help the community and give them a tomorrow to try, because nobody is putting their focus on informal sector. It's mostly formal sector. So my focus is try to sustain food security and food safety in the informal sectors.
With the products that you're supplying, what do you believe is the most scalable of the lot?
Oh yeah, chickens and
It's chickens,
chickens
eh?
and eggs. Yeah, protein.
And how much does it cost to produce one chicken?
To produce one chicken, because I invested in an incubator, I would say less than 20 rand, I don't want to lie, to produce it, but to sustain it until it grows fully, one chicken can cost you about 2,000, up to 5 months, because you need to feed it, and it depends on you until it lay eggs for 5 months. So you're not getting anything for 5 months. So
then,
it just depends on you.
And then are you wanting to sell that chicken?
No, you can keep the chickens for 4 years and it gives
Yes.
you eggs.
Yes,
and then
yes.
after off layers, you can sell them.
And then how
so
much
that
do you
can
sell
stop.
the eggs for?
The chickens, you can sell them for 100 rands.
Per egg?
After they produce the eggs. So you can stay with the chicken for 4 years. It makes you money for 4 years. And then
Okay.
after that, you can just sell it for 100 rands.
Zanele. Zanele.
Yes.
I see that your passion is really on the informal settlement and you want to make an impact on this. But you're in a real chicken and egg situation, right?
Yes.
So now, if you had to focus on the chicken or the egg, because you're talking about a layer for 4 years versus the chicken, and if you listen to what Ipeleng spoke about first, when you go into business, choose a specialization.
Yes.
Would you choose the chicken or the egg?
Okay, I would choose the chicken and the egg, but I would need to plant, because chickens and eggs.
No,
they
which
also-
one of them? Which one of them do you think would give you the most revenue?
Chicken and eggs.
The eggs, or selling the chicken?
So a broiler or a
selling
layer?
eggs. Keeping the chickens and selling the eggs, and then
Selling
only
the
sell
eggs.
the eggs off after the off lay.
Okay. Does this give you a better idea with what you would do funding then?
Yes, definitely.
What would be the first 3 things you would do if you obtained funding?
The first thing I would do is buy a bigger incubator, get the feed, because that's what's costing me the most, and then also increase the space for my chickens, the facilities. Also buy the cages, definitely.
Thanks, Anela.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Looks like the judges are content. Thank you very much,
Thank
Senator.
you.
Well
Thank
done.
you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next contestant is a passionate medical doctor, entrepreneur, and youth leader who embodies purpose-driven success. She's a proud SMU alumni. She is the founder of the Andy Beauty Group, which includes a family medical practice, a cosmetics line, and a beauty spa, all dedicated to holistic wellness. Dr. Andile Mulukomi. Clock, are you ready?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges. All protocol observed. My name is Dr. Andy. I'm a medical doctor and age 29. I am founder at the Andy Beauty Group. We offer medical services as well as wellness services and sell cosmetic beauty products. In the year 2021, the company was started, and till date, we've sold over 5,000 unit products and have helped 5 other women create extra income for themselves through our distribution network. We also offer medical services through the Dr. Andy Family Medical Practice, this which we started last year and saw us hitting our first 1 million rand in revenue last year with a 450K gross profit. Now that's sanity. We've also impacted over 45,000 young people through our NPO, which is called Phenomenal Young Persons, which has started at the age of 17 when I was in matric. We also currently employ 4 permanent staff in our group and also 3 freelancers and What we'll do with the 2 million investment into the group is help us increase.
Very well done for that. Very
you so
impressive what you've been able to accomplish at 29. I think that's amazing. What would you do with the 3 million? I think you said you wanted to raise 2 million.
Yes,
So
yes.
what would you do with that?
So we are currently outsourcing our cosmetic beauty products. Like I already said, we've sold over 5,000 units, and we have 5 distributors, people that stock from us and make extra income for themselves. The 2 million rand will help us increase production of these products and help create more employment for women. So these women can be unemployed or employed and looking for extra income. And that will also help expand our spa services. We already have a 3rd room, but we don't have furniture. It will also help us in terms of getting the furniture and help us multiply our services both in the medical practice and in the medical spa, and also help us increase our human resources.
So maybe I can come in there.
Yes.
Can you tell us about your actual products?
Sure, yes, we've got lipsticks, we've got 31 shades. So women, you can rock up to the office every day with a different shade. They don't have to get used to you. These are liquid matte. These are liquid matte lipsticks. Let me just lift it for the ladies at the back. They last 24 hours, and somebody has already bought and has a beautiful testimony from the room. Thank you so much. So they are vegan-free and cruelty-free. I hope we understand that, meaning no. Thank you so much. A clap means that I can move on to the next point. We also have beauty blenders. Ladies, you know what we're talking about, right? We also have eyeshadow palettes. We've got, this is a highlight and contour palette. It caters for all skin tones, the lightest and to the darkest. And we also have a 4 Seasons collection eyeshadow palette. I always say that what differentiates ND Beauty to the next cosmetic beauty brand is that we speak to you. Dr. Ria spoke about that emotional support. Look at this, ladies. Of all the names, this we call the Royal Palette. At the end there, it says, do not give up, you're a winner. And do not give up are each names of the palette. So I want women, whenever they stand up in their makeup room, to have their makeup to be inspired. We also have a green palette. We call it the autumn, what's the season in green again? The summer, the summer palette. That's your planning, because summer in South Africa is between like your December into January. That's like your planning season. One of the names is called Aim High. So we want to be there. We are that emotional support in the background.
Maybe I can ask.
Thank you so much.
Can I ask you maybe one more follow-up question? What is your target market? Because this is a very competitive industry, absolutely competitive. So what is your target market and your price range for your products?
Thank you so much. So our price ranges from 169, our lipsticks cost 200 rand, all the way to 460. 460, that's the most expensive product that we have. Our target market is young women that are either in tertiary and working women. And just to highlight what ND Beauty has done in the past 4 years, we are also endorsed by the Department of Basic Education and the Department of Higher Education through our social impact. This year alone, we took 130 learners for career planning at SMU, and we have also sponsored the TVET College's graduation, summer graduation in the previous year. And this, in October, we're going to sponsor 10 girls from a township school with free makeup for matric dance.
Thank you,
So-
Doctor. Sorry, you can go.
I just want to follow up on the previous question. What makes your beauty products truly different in formulation, brand, or experience?
We already said that we are cruelty-free and vegan-free, and one of the things in our lipsticks, they don't crack. You literally can come and I'm here, like you can test them and then come back and tell me. It's because they contain shea butter. We all know the benefits of shea butter, right? It moisturizes and so forth and so forth. And it is true quality. Our lipsticks, for example, are waterproof and kiss-proof.
All right, thank you, Dr. Andile. So My first question is, you said are you a GP doctor or a dermatologist or?
So thank you so much. I'm actually a medical doctor. This is my 4th year practicing, and in October I'll be graduating cum laude in my post. Thank you so much.
Well done.
In advanced medical aesthetics. So this will help cater aesthetic services in our spa. So beyond doing your nails, if you want your wrinkles gone and so forth, we'll also be doing that. So to answer your question, I'm a GP with a special interest in medical aesthetics, and of course, cum laude graduate.
Let the record show. Congratulations. All right, and then I see with a follow-up question, your name is on the product.
Yes.
So it's good, but it can also be very bad.
Sure.
So just tell me quickly from a scalability perspective, do you think that's a good thing? Because it's linked directly to you.
I think it's a good thing. My actual name is Andile. So this is Andy Beauty. So yes, it has part of my name. So it was just supposed to be Andy with a Y, but because we couldn't get, what is this, a domain with the ND, with the Y, ANDY, so we decided to rather use the parts of my name. So I think it's good because it's not really saying Andile. That's my full name, and that's how people know me. So this is more like Andy Beauty, and it's able to stand as a brand by itself without being attached to me.
Awesome. Just a last follow-up question, I promise. So you're a doctor and you're running this business. What is the end game here? Do you see yourself as an entrepreneur, or are you going to, be a doctor?
Thank you so much, sir. I'm an entrepreneur.
Any more questions? I think the judges are satisfied. Andy, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Do you have anything? Yeah, that's good. We're down to our final 3, ladies and gentlemen. Our next contestant is Musa Hope Mapeto, who's a social entrepreneur, an LLB graduate and founder of Great Fuel, a renewable energy enterprise that manufactures biodiesel from waste cooking oil. Beyond business, she's deeply committed to social transformation, running youth-centered agricultural programs that transfer skills and inspire a new generation of environmentally conscious leaders. Musa Hope Mapeto, ladies and gentlemen.
Can I see the hands of those who can drive Africa? Well, my business can. Good evening, everyone. I am Musa Hope Mapeto, the founder of Great Fuel, and we produce biodiesel from waste cooking oil. So how do we do that? So we grow our own sunflowers. We extract the cooking oil, we sell it off to restaurants, collect it back as waste cooking oil, and then we produce our biodiesel. We sell it to companies that want to reduce their carbon footprint. We have a letter of interest with Shell Petroleum. So our ask is an amount of 2.5 million rand for us to be able to grow our sunflower farm and to also to buy machinery to expand on our biodiesel production. Thank you so much. Oh, this is the biodiesel.
You still have a lot of time.
Is it a lot of time?
Yes, I'm sure there's so much more you can tell us.
Oh, yes, and for scalability, right, so when you do your biodiesel, you get a byproduct, which is your glycerol. So with your glycerol, we are willing to train students. Currently, I have 40 students that I'm actually working with at the farm. They are being paid stipends by SEF, Social Empowerment Fund. So we are going to be doing glycerol with it. And so
Thank you. Thank you so much, Musa, for that. I am hearing a lot of biodiesel businesses just popping up everywhere right now.
Okay.
So I want to know what differentiates you from everybody else. I'm sure you've heard of all of them. I mean, I think just this year alone, I've heard about hundreds of businesses that are doing exactly what you're doing. How are you different to everybody else? There's actually a contestant that just went up right now that's doing exactly the same thing as you.
So, you know, with biodiesel, right, I usually compare it with fries. There's your McDonald's fries, there's your KFC fries, right? So there's no set standard of saying this is the ultimate biodiesel that you need to do. So how do we stand out is that I think not that I think, I know that we stand out when it comes to our services, when it comes to how when a new client comes to us and say, can we test your biodiesel? We actually work the journey with you in terms of us saying that we test your machinery. If it's compatible with our biodiesel, we use the SENS 1935 biodiesel standard. And we are also being assisted by CSIR for the quality development when it comes to that. So, so with us, it's our services that we offer and the SENS 1935 quality standard.
Thank you.
So in terms of scalability, how big are you aiming to get in the short term?
In the short term.
With this 2.5 million, what are you aiming to do with that money, and who are you going to be selling to?
Okay, so currently, because we are not, so we have the market, right? So with Shell Petroleum, we have had the letter of interest for the past 3 years, but we're not able to grow to supply them. Reason being that we do not have sufficient waste cooking oil. So for us to grow to that level is that is when now we have the farm to say that, okay, let's grow our own sunflowers. Because from sunflower, we cannot straight produce a biodiesel due to the food security reasons. That's why we are saying that we are doing our own cooking oil, selling it to restaurants. So we are creating our own monopoly, the circular economy, our own monopoly. That's how we're going to grow, and then collect back the waste cooking oil, and then do the biodiesel with it. So the growth is that now we are doing the pilot stage, which is on a 10 hectare, but overall we have an 80 hectares access to do the sunflower on. And then where in the near future, like I've mentioned, just that the time had cut me. So in the future, what I was about to say is that, so when it comes to your biodiesel, right, 85% becomes your biodiesel, your 15% becomes your crude glycerol. So what we're planning to do with that, so currently we are selling it, but in the near future we're going to invest in having machinery where we are going to train the youth in the community to do candles from the glycerol, cleaning detergents, and also foams and moisturizers from that. That's the bigger goal also. Thank you.
Tell us, currently, how much of the sunflower oil are you selling, and how much of that are you able to recover from the restaurants to turn into biodiesel?
So now we're doing a pilot stage, right? So we are selling at around, so at the pilot stage now, we are selling at around 1,000 liters of our sunflower oil, so to the nearby fast food stores. So when we get it back, we get around 60% of that. So we're also trying to educate them on the health consciousness of them not overusing this oil. So that's why we go back and collect it. So, and also what I didn't mention is that we also have a vegetable farming side where we say to them, we can actually trade. So we have our own potatoes. If you cannot buy your potatoes, bring in the waste cooking oil, and then because we also have to be buying it, right? So instead of us buying it to save the cost, we say we have potatoes, take the potatoes, and then give us the waste cooking oil.
Okay.
So it's another business model. It's a different business model, not to confuse you.
Right. And who's your market for the biodiesel oil?
So the market currently, we are supplying farmers, our nearby farmers, or we are located in rural Limpopo. So it's farmers that we are, 65% is our farmers, and we have driving schools. We are supplying to them, and the bus services. So we have not grown to the other markets besides the three.
And has the biodiesel become certified for vehicle use?
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our penultimate finalist, ladies and gentlemen, is Kabo Munguni, who's a social impact entrepreneur and former corporate finance and marketing professional with 13 years of experience at ESCOM. She's the co-founder and CEO of ZS Uniforms, a thriving school uniform manufacturing and retail business in Tembisa, the co-founder and chairperson of Threads of Ikasi Foundation, a non-profit learners in underserved communities with uniforms that provides learners in underserved communities with uniforms and dignity packs. Kabo, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kaboni Namguni. I'm the co-founder and CEO of ZS Uniforms. I grew up in Tembisa, where parents had to take long taxi rides just to buy school uniforms. And that's why we've built ZS Uniforms, a manufacturing and retail hub right in the heart of our community, making uniform accessible to parents. Today, we're supplying 13 schools, and through our foundation, Threads for Ikasi, we've donated 262 uniforms just this year alone, ensuring that no learner is left behind. We're ready to grow and are asking for funding of 2 million rand so that we can increase our manufacturing facility and scale from 13 to 20 schools and also diversify our service offering to other industries while creating jobs. I left a stable corporate career so that I can restore the legacy of business in my family. And today, I'm building Africa's biggest school uniform business. And this Nguni mogul is sewing the future of Africa, one uniform at a time.
Hi, Kabo. That was amazing.
Thank you.
Well done on your initiative. You mentioned that you're currently supplying 13 schools. I'm just wondering, how long have you been in operation?
So we started the business in 2020, but I left my job in 2022 to pursue it full time.
And how scalable is it? Like, is it local schools or is it like chains of schools? How scalable is it? Where do you see yourself in the next 5 years? You're saying that you want to become the biggest manufacturer of uniform. I think this is a very competitive industry because there's many people who have done it for many years. How do you plan to overtake them?
Yeah, so for us, we want to be a ZS uniform shop in every single township because there are no large-scale Black female-owned school uniform retailers in the township. And for us, we're going to be locally accessible. And with our loyalty programs and also lay-by options, we're able to gain customer loyalty. And because we give back to the schools that we supply, we're also obviously able to get that support from the schools that we supply. I think it is very, very scalable because of the fact that there are no retail shops in the townships at the moment of school uniforms.
Okay, amazing. One more question. You said that you give back some of these uniforms to the schools. Doesn't this eat up your profit margins? And must this always be like part of your distribution channel that if a school gives you an opportunity to sell for them, you have to give them this uniform? I feel like it eats away from your profit margin because I understand CMT. Very low margins. So for you to make, that a thing for you to be giving back this uniform, I don't know if it hinders your business.
No, it doesn't at all, Mo. So what we do is that we partner with corporates as well as private individuals who actually sponsor learners with uniforms. And that's how we actually also are able to curb seasonality. But one thing that we've seen is that there are many learners in our communities who go to school with worn or torn out uniforms. And for us, we're trying to make a difference in their lives by making sure that we impact them with our business and in the communities that we operate in.
Brilliant. Well done.
Thank you. Thanks for that presentation. Maybe just one question from my side. And it's really a question around the reasons why you're limiting yourself only to school uniform, number one. And number two, would you consider venturing or diversifying into corporate way?
Yes, so like I said, that with the funding, because of how seasonal school uniform is, we want to diversify into other industries like corporate, security, healthcare. We just haven't been able to do that because our capacity has just been quite limited and our focus has been school uniform. And like Ipeleng said, that we want to specialize, make sure that we get it right before we diversify so that we can make sure that our customers are happy with our service.
So I think I'll come in next. Who actually does your your sewing for you? Do you have employees that actually do your sewing, or do you outsource that to people in the various areas that you serve? That's the first question. And the second one is, where do you get your actual material from?
Okay, so at the moment we are manufacturing ourselves. We've renovated the space at home that we have, and we are sewing ourselves. We've got machines. At the moment we've got 10 employees, and we are manufacturing ourselves. The fabrics that we buy, my cousin is a fashion designer. She's our COO, so she gets all our material from factories in Fordsburg and other places around Joburg. And the whole idea is that actually we want to try and maybe bring materials and rolls of materials in to make sure that our costs come down. But at the moment, everything that we're sourcing from is based here in South Africa.
Okay, just to follow up then, because what you're doing is great and I really love the concept.
Thank you.
My worry for you is that you're trying to do something with very little margin and in an industry that is so competitive. So for you to be able to make money, you probably need to have less designs and do more of those designs rather than have multiple designs. So what is your thinking around that, and maybe even getting, some way of uniformity, some measure of uniformity, so that you have certain specific designs that you can almost sell to the schools and tell them to adopt your designs as opposed to vice versa, because the only way you're going to make money is by narrowing down what you do and having economies of scale.
Okay, so for us to be able to achieve economies of scale, we actually target schools who have similar uniforms. And what we've also been able to achieve is that when we were outsourcing our production, our gross profit margin was sitting at 36%. It's now jumped to 71%. So because we've been able to manufacture items ourselves. So in the fact that we actually are seeing an increase in our margins, and I think the more that we're able to manufacture with regards to many more schools and adding more schools, we'll be able to start seeing those healthy margins and that money come in. I disagree with the fact that we actually have to scale down the number of designs, because the more specific we are with the schools, and if we have all their items, they actually are happy to come to us to buy from us because we have all their uniform available to us. And the bigger scale and more schools that we can supply, obviously we'll get more from an economies of scale.
Thank you very much.
I think we've got 2 more questions.
Sorry.
You got to stay on the stage. You're
Yes,
confident.
sorry.
We love it.
I'm so sorry.
I just have a question on the output that you're currently producing. How big is the team, and how many units can you produce in a day, or if you just want to walk through the production side?
Yeah, so depending on the item, so tracksuits we are outputting about 8 to 10 a day, and then on tunics and golf tops we're outputting about 15 per day, and it just depends on the design. Our team, we've got 1 head seamstress as well as an assistant seamstress, and then we also have 2 temps that come on board, and then Kosi, our COO, she also then heads up that production team, and she also forms part of the team that sews.
Quick one. What about sport clothes, and the parents who wear the supported jerseys and the jackets? Do you do any of that currently?
Not yet, but we really would like to do that. So our plan is the funding to actually buy a sublimation machine, because that's a new technology that people are really loving with the right designs, and we've obviously been then able to get that type of material out. One thing that we want to do is ensure that we own our entire value chain and bring all our production in-house.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, in a moment we're going to have our final contestant. We'll excuse the judges. They'll go and deliberate on the winners. You'll get an opportunity to vote for your crowd favorite when they come back, and the Honourable Minister will address us. Okay, our final contestant, Velisa Nyamela. I'll just give you a brief rundown of her business. Wandimvelo is an accredited healthcare brokerage by the Council of Medical Schemes in terms of Section 65(4) of the Medical Schemes Act, and is licensed as a financial service provider in terms of Section 8 of the Financial Advisory and Intermediary Services. And they do business in KZN, Eastern Cape, and Gauteng. Lisa. Over to you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Velisa Nyamela, founder and managing director of Wandimvelo Consulting. We turn medical aid confusion into medical aid confidence. At Wandimvelo, we simplify medical aid for everyone, offering tailored advice and ongoing support. Currently, we serve more than 20,000 lives and maintain a 95% client retention rate. With your funding, we aim to establish a in-house call center that will create jobs for youth and women and enhance technology to improve our service to clients. I thank you.
Judges, over to you.
Thank you for that. First question, so who are your customers? Do you sell to individuals? Are the call centers going to phone an individual, or do you sell to small businesses, or do you go to corporates and do package deals?
Our biggest clients is municipalities. We do have individuals and various government departments. We also have small corporate clients because we feel everyone is not targeting them and targeting the big corporate clients.
Okay, great. And then your revenue model, is it an annuity that you get, or is it a once-off? So if you sign up staff members of municipalities, is your fee once off, or do you get an annuity income as they pay the medical premiums?
It's ongoing until the member leave our books.
Hi there, I just have a question. What made you start the business, and why do you think you need to be crowned the Womanpreneur tonight?
I started this business because my parents used to be very frustrated because when they joined medical aid, they were not, the person who was their broker or consultant never explained to them their benefits, and every time they need to use their medical aid, they were very frustrated. And then I saw a gap to educate people about their medical aid.
And why should you be crowned the Womanpreneur tonight? Why should you be crowned the Womanpreneur tonight?
Because my staff is all women, and on my pitch, I mentioned that I will employ youth and women because they are overlooked in the industry I'm in.
Can you just describe the costing? How much do you charge per user or per month on the advice?
We don't charge anything. Medical aids that we contracted with pays us commission. So we don't charge the client.
So are you selling the medical aid to the client? So you're providing the advice and then selling the medical aid?
We sell and provide advice, but the commission is paid by the medical aid, not the client.
And do they pay up? When do they pay that commission?
They pay monthly. It's 3% because it's legislated every month and ongoing until the member leaves your books.
Just a question. So, which medical aids then do you consult on or give advice on? And tell me why. What is the proposition? Why do they feel that they have to use you, these medical aids?
I'm contracted with Bonitas, Discovery, and MediHelp.
Why do they feel like they have to use you? These are big medical aids.
You approach them as a broker.
So okay, you're a
Yes,
broker.
you approach them and they go through some vetting and they give you a contract.
Okay, but they would have many brokers as well. Are you the sole broker?
Yes, there's many brokers.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, judges. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give all our contestants a round of applause. What we're going to do now is we're going to allow the judges to go off into a closed room. Judges, we're going to give you 7 minutes. Your time starts now. Okay. We're also going to have some entertainment before we come back and continue with the program. Also an opportunity for you, ladies and gentlemen, to stretch your legs, get up, say hello to someone, network, pick up a business card, order some uniforms from the contestants, buy some greens, get something for your skin. Great opportunities. We're back in a few minutes. Thank you.
Lona luphelele usuthola omunye uthando lutsha undekhabela phandle kodwa uthando lwam lona lusekhona sawuqhuba ngalo sincekelele ude uvuseleleke Ndawuhlala nawe ndincekelele ude uvuseleleke senza zonke izifungo zokwahlulwa kukufa ndawuhlala nawe ndincekelele ude uvuseleleke Looks like we still need to be here. We are credit. Ukwele tell mdorongo. Ukwele she mdorongo. Hauyazi kaza na yeduta. We are credit. Ukwele tell mdorongo. Ukwele she mdorongo. Hauyazi kaza na yeduta. Ndonile ngoti molo. Kanti sendi susukubu Losisu yandisola Tingenajya Dibonile lendoda Itlisenyukana mankazana Kodwa losisu sandisola Tingenajya Dibonile lendoda Itlisenyukana mankazana Losisu sandisol Dingenajya Oh yo Hauyazi Ikazalendo takobo Emfazindeni Iyo Hauyazi Tu wape Emfazindeni Iyo Hauyazi Oyo Tu wapelabo Iyo Hauyazi Tu wapelabo Dibonile lento Itlisenyukana mankazana Losisu sandisola Dingenajya Iyo Hauyazi Tu wape Iyo Hauyazi Tu wapelabo Yo Hey tu wapelabo Tu wapelabo Tu wapelabo Hauyazi kwaphela bo. Yo, yo awuyazi. Tu kwaphela bo.
Awuyazi, awuyazi, awuyazi.
Yandehlela kwakhona la.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please kindly take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly take your seats. Thank you very much. Please kindly take your seats. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. May I ask you please to kindly take your seats so we can carry on with the program. Until we all settle, one lady can't begin to spend 100,000 rand. And I'm sure she's looking forward to it. Karibu, Kenya. Where are the ladies from Kenya? Ladies, please stand. These beautiful women are all the way from Kenya, cohort of graduates and also women entrepreneurs. Let's give them a rousing South African welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please all be upstanding for our guest of honor? Ladies and gentlemen, kindly stand, please, for our guest of honor. The Honourable Minister insists you don't stand, but it is my job to ensure that you do. Ma'am.
Thank you so much. You may be seated. Thank you so much, Director of the program. Allow me to recognize and stand on the protocols that have been identified earlier. Of course, all the critical stakeholders that are here are all recognized, but most importantly, the real people, the entrepreneurs themselves. Hi, guys. How are you? You know, I listen to great stories. But what I like is that it's not only stories, they're going to turn into history, wherein we get to celebrate other people's ideas that did not end up being ideas. And this is why I told myself, Doctor, that I'm not missing this evening. No matter how hectic my day has been, because I have an obligation to make sure that I come and get to see the great work that is being done by the entrepreneurs of our beautiful country, especially when it is women that are mainly excluded in the mainstream economy. We are meeting here, of course, when the environment is not very well or looking good, whether you look at the global politics, whether you look at the domestic affairs in terms of the economy, but most importantly, whether you look at the penetration of women into certain sectors of our economy. But here we are, because in your own veins run the blood that ran through Winnie Madikizela Mandela's veins. You are conquerors. Nothing can really make you give up. As I listened to the other entrepreneur who was showcasing the makeup, I was happy. I always say this, that as you know that I love looking good, I've seen those comments of yours that you say, I think I'm in a beauty contest. And I always say, feel free to go to your zoo contest. And these lipsticks and the makeup and the other products that are here are what make us what we are. And we should never be ashamed that you choose to be vegetarian, you choose to be this and that, because in that choice that you make, you are contributing to somebody's dream. There's somebody who sits and think, and out of the thoughts that one has, come up with something and say, I am going to make a difference. Whilst there are others that sit and wait for government to do it for them, others don't see it. They say, there's a problem. What can I do? And they use the knowledge and expertise that they have to respond to the challenge. And in responding to the challenge, they make money. As I listened to some of the entrepreneurs that were pitching, I want to create jobs. I'm like, hey, business is for making money, baby. Creating jobs, government has the responsibility to create a conducive environment for you to make money. And in you making money, you create jobs, was expanding the business. Don't make that your priority. Leave that to us lawmakers to say, we want jobs created, and the National Development Plan is very clear that out of the 11 million jobs that must be created in South Africa by 2030, 9 million will come from small enterprises. Now we should be worried, how do we support small enterprises to create those jobs? Because we need the jobs, because the people must work. So I was happy when I was listening to the judges, the comments, but most importantly on what others are doing. Because it is true that although we do talk about the challenges that are faced by entrepreneurs, but it becomes worse when it is women. Wherein even when there's funding that is available, but there's still things that prohibit access to that funding if you are women. And this is why you have seen us, if you did. If you have not seen, you may have read. I assume you would have also heard if you listen to gossip, progressive gossip. You would have heard that we had decided this financial year that we are launching a women's fund as the portfolio. This we do because, like any other responsible government, you take stock of what you've been doing. You do an assessment and begin to see where are the gaps and why are you not hitting the right target, and therefore begin to say, what is it that I can do to make sure that my product reaches the intended beneficiaries? One of the critical priorities that we've identified for ourselves as the GNU is that we're going to build an inclusive economy. Now, no economy can be inclusive if women are excluded in it. That's why we said we've got to be deliberate and create this fund that we had announced, which will be launching in Mpumalanga on the 28th, right, Nta? On the 28th of this month. But we are going to undertake consultations because there's so many funds that are created, but still we're still talking about the challenge of access to financing, especially by women entrepreneurs, which means there's something we're not doing right in the design of the products. That's why the consultations become important, and I would want to urge all of you to make sure that you participate on those platforms. Others will be virtual, others will be physical, but we need your voice heard. There is nothing demoralizing like having people who are enjoying freedoms that have been fought for by others who even died for it. And then the people that are enjoying the freedoms are not utilizing that to benefit themselves. Did you hear that? It is demoralizing. Other people made lots of sacrifices for us to be able not to go through what they went through, but to make a difference by being given an opportunity to choose who must lead us, but most importantly, to choose the trade that we want to be in. And now all we focus on, those that do participate, because even the voter turnout is no longer good. They go and vote and then that's it. And then they switch on Twitter, on WhatsApp, and Facebook and talk about great things, but don't go where it matters. When we're calling for policy dialogues, when we're calling for public hearings that are looking at the legislations, and yet when they want to access certain services, they are hit by regulations that will say you can't do this, we can't give you this, or your study you've got to close because you're not compliant, and then they wake up and want to blame everyone. And I say this all the time. For every aspect that you identify as a red tape, it's because there's a law. There's a law. Now, if you're not paying attention to the development of the law, one day it will hit you. That's why, as part of the interventions in dealing with the red tapes, we had scrutinized the legislations that we have throughout the government departments and the different sectors. And 28 of them have been found that the reason our entrepreneurs are not successful in certain areas is because there's not only over-regulation, but there are certain aspects of the legislations that are prohibiting massive and meaningful participation of entrepreneurs. And when you engage with most entrepreneurs, they don't even know that. So I jumped at this opportunity when it is Regenesis that is looking at it to say, now we are brought to people who are enlightened, people whom have gone to school. And an assumption is that people can be able to analyze and see how to get out of certain things by using the instruments that are at their disposal. You challenge the law to make it work for you. When we were growing up, in the days before 1994, I come from a homeland called Transkei in Mthatha. There was a song, those that would listen to the radio, I'm not going to sing it for you, but it says, South Africa lelizwe lomthetho. And it will go on and say, Amabhunu ayalibanga sebesithi lelabo. South Africa is the country of law. The Boers are claiming it, they say it's theirs. They will never get it. And this is what inspired those that came before us to go and study law. Because for them to defeat the demonic system, they needed to know the law. Because it was the law that was used to separate families. It was the law that was used to exclude people, take land, including saying you can be educated as teachers, but not both of you can become educators, which is why you saw many families having a teacher and then umfundisi, because they needed to be diverse in what they did. And now we, as the beneficiaries seated here, we undermine all those efforts and sacrifices. We undermine the most important instrument that can change our lives and make our voice heard. There is a constitution. Everybody talks about it, others even misinterpret it. But how do we make the constitution work for us? And this is one of the reasons we've agreed that there's a need for a national dialogue, because many people are still excluded, although there are all these freedoms that we're talking about. But a dialogue is not meant for government. A dialogue is not meant for political parties only, because we're now faced with a different challenge, the economic exclusion. It is no longer political. It is the economic exclusion, but it requires political understanding. I normally tell those that are in business that I am in the business of politics, and I can politic. And they are in the politics of business, and they know that better than me. I can't contest their space. But if you see, there's both business and politics in both, which means there's a need for coexistence and collaboration between the two, which is why I'm saying we seated here, great ideas, innovations, people have started things, but when they go and apply for financing, you can't get it because you don't have this that we need. And that they would have said at SIDFA, we are declining your application because it's a regulation that we've put in place or a policy they've put in place. But people don't even familiarize themselves with those policies. So I jumped at the opportunity to say, as we'll be engaging here, listening to yourselves, it's important that I also raise that with yourselves. Now, what are we doing to address that? Because I guess I must not only identify the problems that I see, but those problems are important to be known and raised. We then said there's a need not only to establish the Women Fund, which is why I said we are going to be having those consultative workshops wherein we need your inputs on the design of the products that we are going to be offering under the Women's Fund. Whether you look at the prudential authority responsibility and all the other things, now it becomes your responsibility to say, yes, the fund is there, but please, we know that you did establish another fund, and these were the challenges that we went through. This is why we could not access them. Actually, Minister, this fund is not for your employees or government employees. So don't be inward looking. It is for us as entrepreneurs. And us as entrepreneurs, we speak Shivenda, man. We don't understand this English you are speaking. So try to come to our level. I'm making an example with the language, but to say there's different terminology and language that is being understood by entrepreneurs better than policymakers, which is why we need you to come forward and assist us to come up with an instrument that will assist you. We're also investing a lot this term in both pre-investment and post-investment support, because we have observed that as many people complain that our DFIs are taking too long to process the applications, most of the applications are from entrepreneurs who are not funding ready. And now, instead of continuously rejecting them, we then said, there should be a difference between us and commercial banks. There's a reason we are DFIs, Development Financial Institutions. And of course, from our side, the department itself is a department responsible for small business development. Now, if we just decline your application and we don't tell you why, it means we just shutting your dreams. You don't know what is it that you did not do right. That's why we directed the team at SIDFA to always make sure that you are not going to get your application because. We then said, what do we do with the because? Now that the entrepreneur knows, what kind of intervention are we making? And this is why I spoke about the fact that we are enhancing our pre-investment and post-investment support. But we can't do that alone as government or the agency. That's why we said there is a need for us to take an ecosystem approach, bring entrepreneur ecosystem players on board. And our National Integrated Small Enterprise Development Framework talks to that, to say financing institutions must be on board, which is why we responded by developing the funding policy for MSMEs and cooperatives of our country to guide the financing agencies and the banking institutions on what is that they need to understand when they're designing the products for MSMEs and cooperatives of our country. The second aspect is the investment on incubation. We have financed about 120 incubators throughout the country. We have partnership with TVET colleges and certain universities, wherein we have centers for entrepreneurship, rapid, what is it? The CIFERIS, the I? Rapid research and institutions. The reason we did that because we are also seeing what is happening out there, that universities produce lots of graduates who go out with a BCom and stand on the street and say, I'm a BCom graduate, I'm unemployed, please hire me. It tells you that there's something wrong. There's something wrong with the education that has been given to us and those that are still at school now. Because you can't be a BCom graduate and you stand on the street. It's the battle of commerce, for God's sake. You are not one of those that are taught to be employed. That's the understanding. Now, it gives us great pleasure when we come here in this institution that says we've got to make our own mark by empowering entrepreneurs. How do we teach our people to use the knowledge they've acquired at school or at a workplace to trade it and make profit out of it? Most of the people that I listen to, I'm a medical doctor, I was a nurse, and very few think like that. You go to the Eastern Cape, you get a group of doctors demanding and nurses demanding government to hire them. You're like, what kind of education did we provide? That people don't understand the economic trends, that people don't understand the contribution of government into the GDP of our country. And we're not talking about people who have not gone to school, we talk about people who've been to school. And this is why we said we've got to partner with these institutions and all the deans of commerce. And one message that we gave to them was that don't only focus to the faculty of commerce, because everyone must be able to trade the knowledge that they have and be able to make money with it, which is why we're saying doctors, they know how to cure and heal, but they don't know how to make business. And we are here to work with them, teach them the language of doing business so that they can become successful businesses. That's on business development support, the efforts that we are putting. So as you are here now, because we don't have a partnership yet, a formalized partnership, although we partnered for this event. And I did say, because I am the executive authority with all the powers vested in me by President Ramaphosa, I then said, we've got to target institutions like this. So we will be reaching out for a memoranda of agreement to say what areas of collaboration must we come up with, and therefore what are the resources that are required so that we can promote the work that is being done. Most people, especially financiers, they complain that our businesses, especially small enterprises, they say they're high-risk businesses. And this is why, again, through the agency, we have the Cooler Credit Guarantee Scheme that we also want to review, by the way, so that it is responsive to the needs of the people. When we do that, then we are de-risking the business, because we engage with BASA and all of them. They say, hi, we can't this and that. Now we're having engagements with DTIC, the Department of Employment and Labor, BASA, and the business grouping that President has set up to engage also the Prudential Authority on how to help ease the processes of accessing finance, just like we are also looking at dealing with the registrar on the movable asset registry, because people are excluded because they don't have houses. One nice thing, I don't know if we have bankers here, Dijinguna, you can go and apply for a car. Your Excellency, Ambassador Kasa is with us here. You can go to the bank and you borrow money for a car. You will be given. You can go and want a housing bond. You will be given. But when you come for business, there's lots of things that are required. Of course, they will indicate how your business is a high risk, how it's not this and that, which is why we engage them to say, through your enterprise supplier development, you've got to contribute some financing to teach people what is it that you want. Because you can't keep on designing instruments that talk to you. If we're setting a criteria, I know we do lots of desktop research and all of that. Other products are not really researched. Others were done some time ago when the environment was whatever. But now we said, if you are saying in the automotive space, in terms of manufacturing, you're not able to finance because our entrepreneurs are lacking 1, 2, 3, then also contribute. And we are using the legislations that we have passed, the BBBE Act that others are against, to say in that B Act, there's that component that says corporates should contribute 3%. That goes to enterprise supplier development and, of course, corporate social responsibility. But that has not been guided, which is why we said this time we've got to be deliberate. Where does this money go to? I said there's limited access to financing. The IMF estimates that South Africa has a credit gap of about 350 billion rands. And there's no one who's just going to give us that money. It means we must use the law again. That is why you see Minister Parkstow building from the policy that I spoke about, the funding policy on MSMEs and cooperatives, that said there's a need for us to create a fund of funds because the BBEE is administered under DTIC, then we agree that let's jointly do it, and we said there's a need for us to establish the transformation fund. That is opposed by others. And that transformation fund is announced by President Ramaphosa. We are looking at least as a start, 100 billion rands, 20 billion rands a year, in order to bridge the gap that is there, so that we can increase access to finance for our entrepreneurs. And when we increase access to finance, all these great initiatives that we're talking about, and the many others that could not get the opportunity, they can find expression because we'll be able to reindustrialize our economy and therefore create jobs. But most importantly, even when things are not going well in the geopolitics, we can be able to stand on our own and be proud of the decisions that we can take to protect the sovereignty that we have. But if our own economy is fluid, we depended on other people, we can't even use the law, it tells you that we'll be faced with a serious challenge. Which is why we had said, in all this crisis that we are going through, we've got to be deliberate on two things: enabling entrepreneurs, especially women-led. The second aspect, cushioning the jobs that already exist and created by the businesses, even where the environment is not conducive. And therefore, we have a responsibility to look for new markets if the existing ones are being closed. But to look for new markets, it means you also need a new pipeline that must be able to respond to the market demands of the new economies and markets that you are going to. And the only people who can understand what it means to start are entrepreneurs and women with their resilience. Because every day they fail, every day they wake up, tomorrow they win. They are not shy to fail today because they know they learn from the failures because tomorrow they will succeed. So we are here to say we'll be working with yourselves. We're calling upon other stakeholders to join us in this cause. We are proud to be associated with yourselves because of the investment you are making and the platform that you're making in the women of our own country. We are closing this Women's Month on a bang. As I said, we'll be launching the fund, but it will be more meaningful if that fund is designed to talk to you. I therefore invite all of you to participate in it. Allow me to pause there, get paid to talk. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a great evening, and I want to hand over to the program director to conclude on the work they are doing. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, thank you very much. Let's give another round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. And Dorani, can I please ask you to come up? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call upon our contestants to come up to the stage. Contestant number 1, Musabeni Litsani. Contestant number 2, Hlobisile Yende. Contestant number 3, Veredzani Makado. Contestant number 4, Andiswa Tewana. Contestant number 5, Mary Maposa. Contestant number 6, Dr. Andile Mulukome. Contestant number 7, Musa Hope Mapeto. Contestant number 8, Kabonina Mguni. Contestant number 9, Felisa Nyamela. And Alfana contestant Zanele Zwane. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies, you're supposed to be in order. Yeah. So, Musabeni, yeah. Hlobisile, Velezani, Andiswa, Mary, Dr. Andy, Musa, Kabonina, Felisa, and Zanele. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is contestant number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, 6, 7, 8, and contestant number 9. This is about the crowd favorite, your favorite, okay? Now, your vote is a scream, is a clap, is whatever noise you're going to make that's going to determine who walks away with this Huawei Pure 70 Pro. I think it's worth almost 30K, right? Yeah, 30,000 Rand. Now, if you don't shout loud enough, I will own a Huawei Pure 70 Pro. So you gotta scream, you gotta shout, okay? Contestant number 1. Contestant number 2. Contestant number 3. Contestant number 4. Contestant number 5. Contestant number 6. Contestant number 7. Contestant number 8. Contestant number 9. Contestant number 1, please step forward. Contestant number 7, please step forward. Okay, so we're down to our 2 finalists for this Huawei phone. I'm going to go again. Contestant number 1. Contestant number 7. Sorry, I can't hear that. By the power you know the minister was talking about the power right now. I was kind of feeling that I'd also get the opportunity as well. By the power invested in me by Dr. Ria, ladies and gentlemen, your crowd favorite is contestant number 7. Congratulations. Thank you very much for your support, ladies and gentlemen. What we're going to do now is Ndirani will announce contestants winners in no particular order from number 4 to number 10. And then I will call upon Sandile Chabalala, CEO of Access Bank, to come up and announce our contestant winners 3 all the way through to 1.
Thank you, Hugo. Before we reveal the top 3 winners that Access Bank will announce for this pitch and match, I think it's very important that we acknowledge every single one of these ladies that are up here. It does take vision, courage, and resilience to come out in front of us. And more importantly, they already had a concept. So it does take execution as well. So we commend you, each of you, on this. Whilst only 3 businesses will walk away with the main prizes, we're proud to announce that every other winner that's here on stage will qualify for a prize of 10,000 rands. So in recognition of your hard work, your innovation, your execution, your vision, I'm going to announce the winners of the 10,000 Rand first. Okay. Let's have a drum roll on your table. Thank you, production team. So in no particular order, these are the winners of the 10,000 Rand. Zanele Zwane. Can we have our CEO, Ria, hand over the prizes, please? Well done, Zanele. Let's give a round of applause to Zanele. Our second winner of 10,000 Rand, Veledzani Mercado. Our third winner of 10,000 Rand, Andiswa Sewane. It's narrowing down. We now have 6 ladies on stage, and 3 walk away with the biggest prizes. So which are the 3 that's going to remain, and which are the 3 that's going to get 10,000 Rand? Another 10,000 Rand goes to Mosa Hope. Ladies, are your hearts beating? Is prayer coming out of your lips? Yeah. The next winner of 10,000 Rand, Velisa Nyamela. Ladies, do you want to come closer together? Our 10,000 Rand prize goes to Dr. Andy. I'm now going to hand over to my partner at Access Bank. So who's going to be the winner? Who's going to get the third prize? Yeah. So what we have here, we have uniforms, livestock and veggies. Yeah? What do you need more?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Just heard a comment there for somebody who says they want a late entry. I'm afraid we aren't taking any late entries. But here's a quick reminder, ladies and gentlemen, of what these three ladies will walk away with. Third position will get 25,000 Rand cash, a Regenesis hamper, a Huawei tablet, and Women in Leadership 4-day course. That's obviously for all three women. Second place, 50,000 Rand cash, a Regenesis hamper, and a Huawei device. And your winner, ladies and gentlemen, should she choose to accept a 100,000 Rand prize, will walk away with 100,000 Rand. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for the man, for Mr. Moneyman, Sanle Shabalala, CEO of Access Bank.
Oh, this is nerve-wracking as I stand here. Ladies, first of all, well done. Well done. So I'm going to get everybody off the suspension and start with number 3. Okay, this was a tough one for us. All of you ladies presented what an awesome pitches. We are extremely proud. All of your businesses, I can tell you now, they will succeed. So whichever way you rank, it doesn't matter. Okay, let's get to it. So number 3 is Hlobisile Yende. Well, I guess we'll give you a little bit of the motivation, so at least you get a bit of feedback from us as the judges. We felt that you really understood your business. We felt that you were able to demonstrate that you've diversified your business. We felt also that you understood the risk and you were able to actually articulate how you manage your risk in your business. And fourthly, your ability to actually involve other people in terms of who you supply to, the Stockfells and all the other people that actually allows you to make sure that your business, in times when you're not trading, that you're able to find other markets as well. So well done on that. So number 2. Number 2 is Kabonina Mngoni. And again, just to give you, guys, we're not done.
They stay there, and they say yeah, and they say there. Cause all I do is win. And if you going in, put your hands in the air, make them stay there.
Ludacris going in on the verse, cause I never been defeated and I won't stop now. Keep your hands up, get them in the sky for the homies that ain't making it, my folks locked down. I never went nowhere, know what they saying, Luda's back. Blame it on that contour, the hood call it Luda Yak. And I'm on this foolish track, so I spit my foolish flow. My hands go up and down, like strippers' booties go. Accountants count me in. Make millions every year. The South champion. Cause all I do,
Fantastic. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. No, no, hold on. We're not letting you off so easy. So, the first thing I'd like to say is there's nothing worse than having a crowd favorite that's not amongst the winners. So I think the fact that your top two as a crowd were the top two of the judges speaks to the integrity of these men and women. Let's give our judges a round of applause. But more importantly, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling so great. And I promise you, I'm still gonna, this one I'm going to deposit my truck so that it can fit in the...
Now, when contestant number 7 won the phone, did you still think you had a chance?
No, I'm always confident. Remember, I'm the best female farmer in South Africa, so no one is going to beat me.
And finally, before we let you go, what would you like to say to Regenesis, to Access Bank for putting this event together and allowing not just you, but every single one of these women that are here and the many others that also participated in the competition?
Okay, thank you so much. I'll start by Regenesis. I'm saying thank you so much. I've been winning awards, but I never win money. So so it's my first time to win money and Access Bank. So this one, I think you are opening a door for me so that I can employ more youth, because now I'm sitting with 40 youth and also the adults. So I'm going to increase the number of employment in South Africa. Thank you so much.
Congratulations once again. And let's give her that beat as she walks off the stage.
All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up. And they stay there, and they say yeah, and they say there. Up, down, up, down. 'Cause all I do is win, win, win. And if you going in, put your hands in the air, make 'em stay there. Ludacris going in on the verse, 'cause I never been defeated and I won't stop now. Keep your hands up, get them in the sky for the homie that ain't making it, my folks locked down. I never went nowhere. What they saying, Luda's back. Blame it on that contour. The hood call it Luda-yak. And I'm on this foolish track, so I spit my foolish flow. My hands go up and down, like strippers' booties go. My verses still be serving, tight like a million virgins. Last time on a college remix, now I'm on the original version. Can't never count me out, y'all better count me in. Got 20 bank accounts, accountants count me in. Make millions every year, the South champion. 'Cause all I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go
up.
And they stay there, and they say yeah, and they stay there. Up, down, up, down. 'Cause all I do is win, win, win. And if you going in, put your hands in the air, make 'em stay there. Swerving in my love.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you very much. Well done, ladies. I know it's a huge amount of work and a huge amount of effort that they put into coming up, preparing, and competing in what's been an absolutely incredible contest. Dr. Marco, if I please like to come up and give us the vote of thanks.
Thank you. I would like to thank all of you for being here tonight and for helping to build this beautiful energy, beautiful evening. starting with Ria, it's unbelievable what you have done in the last 4 or 5 months. Like unbelievable, like, you know. So really, thank you so much. I met Ria about 10 years ago, and I saw this incredible energy and talent, you know. Then 9 years after that, she calls me, well, built a business, sold my business, I can retire now, I want to do some teaching for you. So no, you cannot do just teaching, you know, it'll be such a wasted talent, you know. How about starting School of Entrepreneurship, you know? It took some time to convince her. Eventually, she bought into it, and this is unbelievable what she's done, like in just 4 or 5 months, you know. Just to mobilize all of you, to inspire you, to build trust, to bring you here, to get funders, to create this energy, absolute magic. Ria, come here. Yeah. It's a beautiful baby ever created. A new Regenesis baby, School of Entrepreneurship, I think it's number 10 or something, in addition to all the schools. Is Penny and Vivian, are they here? Penny and Vivian, please, if you're around, please come on the stage. You have become now grandparents, you know. Penny, Vivian, and I started Regenesis 28 years ago. I'm very, very passionate about Regenesis. Vivian, come quickly. Penny, please. Yeah. Regenesis is really, really a story of entrepreneurship. We started from nothing, just an idea, just a dream, just a thought, invisible, intangible, from nothing to 500,000 alumni and students, 1,000 corporate clients, 12 countries. Each student, each leader, each manager is creating a ripple effect in their families, companies, countries, and the world. We started all this with vision and purpose of making the world a better place by developing better leaders, conscious leaders, entrepreneurs, job creators, not job seekers. So it's beautiful now to see, now you become grandparents, and now other people are giving birth to new entities at Regenesis. Entrepreneurship is hard, and we have experienced it. Ipumleng, I'm not sure if I'm getting the name right, you know, she used the word war. If I reflect back in my life, the last 28 years, it was a war. Yeah. It was a war in which 90% of people die in the first few months, first year. Then second year, maybe 5%. After 2-3 years, maybe 1 out of 100 survives. And that one that survives has a lot of scars. Not just physical scars, but scars in heart and soul, and a lot of trauma, and a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. And especially in South Africa, entrepreneurship is so hard. It's such a hostile environment, you know. To survive, you have to be really tough. You have to really fight. You have to be really brave. You have to be risk-taker. You have to persevere and persevere and persevere and cry, because it's such a hostile environment. The government is so unsupportive. I'm so sorry, Minister, you know. I just remember when I started, you know, I had to fill in VAT forms, you know, and compliance and all of this, you know. Banks, I've been fighting with banks for 28 years, you know. Not yet with Access Bank, you know. So to be really an entrepreneur successful, you have to fight with the banks. Not only with the banks, actually to fight with everyone, you know. The mobile companies and ESCOMs and. So the story of entrepreneurship, I mean, it's really a story of fighting for your own entity that you're building. You have to really breathe in part of your heart and soul. I have a friend, he's in Austria, you know. He won't start his own business, you know. Austrian government is supporting so much, you know. They're getting free office space, you know, Wi-Fi, help with, you know, finance and develop your website, you know, legal support, HR, whatever is required, you know, so you can just focus on your business, you know. That's something we want to try and replicate here. If you go to Silicon Valley, you know, it's easier to get funding, you know. People, you know, you can get funding, you know, they're saying, fail fast and try. South Africa, if you fail, you know, probably you don't get up, you know, like, you know. Yeah. But because of this harsh environment, those who succeed, they really become great, you know. And successful, because such a harsh environment, you know. And South Africa is an amazing country. South Africa has produced the greatest entrepreneur in the world, Elon Musk. Just entrepreneur, nothing more. I don't want to say. I don't know if he has lost the plot, you know. I think. But South Africa has produced also greatest leader in the world, you know, of all times, Nelson Mandela. It's amazing. This is a beautiful country. So we have a potential as a country. So we have potential to change this country, to make it beautiful, successful, economically, and also in every other level. Regenesis' slogan is awakening potential. We believe that every human being has a potential. There's divinity, there's a greatness. That each one of us has potential to change the world, because we all are divine human beings. And we are born on this planet Earth for special purpose, to do great things, to make the world a better place, solve problems, because there's so much suffering, so much pain, injustice. Look at what's happening in Ukraine, in Gaza, in Sudan, and across the world, you know. And our purpose is to solve the problems. That's why we started School of Entrepreneurship, to solve those problems, you know, and to help those entrepreneurs, to create this ecosystem, to give them knowledge. Knowledge is power. When you combine knowledge with money, with capital, you know, it becomes very, very powerful. We want to replicate what Silicon Valley has done, you know. And thank you so much, Access Bank, for trusting Regenesis, for trusting RIA, SEDFA. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for trusting us, you know, Minister, and all the agencies and partners, Brand South Africa, and Toyota, and Huawei, and sorry about my pronunciation. It's a Croatian pronunciation of Chinese name. Okay, so thank you so much for trusting us. We want to do more. We want to do big things. We want to bring more partners, you know, so we can create that ecosystem and to support these entrepreneurs, you know. Not just financially. What I experienced in my life, you know, even more important than financial support was emotional support and spiritual support, because entrepreneurship is a lonely journey. Despite of all these ecosystem partners, it's your own lonely journey. I remember when I started, you know, I was so lonely. I was in Killarney, I used to run and cry, literally, you know, because I was rejected, you know, I was backstabbed, betrayed, you know, and all types of, you know, issues I had to, on my own, overcome, you know. And every time before next phase of our growth, there was another major obstacle, you know, from cash flow to regulatory bodies to internal fights, you know, getting divorced, you know, and losing everything after 10, 15 years, you know, and trying to then climbing out of the hole, you know, making a lot of money, losing a lot of money, failing for 10 years in business in India, and in 1 year making money to recover all losses for 10 years. Now, how many people can persevere? So I had this attitude, I will rather die than fail. So all of those entrepreneurs, if you don't give up, you're going to succeed eventually. So persevere, you know. Persevere, don't give up, fight, you know. Push boundaries, you know. Entrepreneurship is really about going into unknown, pushing your own boundaries of comfort and fear. Be brave, continue pushing. And each one of you can scale up this business, you know. There's a possibility, you know, to build, to scale up and to employ many people and to make $1 billion business, you know, in a few months, you know. You know, just an idea. It takes an idea, clever idea, to develop app, solve problem, and sell it for $1 billion. And there are many examples in the new age of digital technologies. It's possible for each one of you to... Okay, enough. Okay, thank you. Okay, so what I want to say, there is a possibility. We can create, we can solve problems in this country. We can create employment and do great things. So thank you so much to all of you for being part of this beautiful energy and dream and the rest. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So I want to say, also ask Penny and Vivian, just say hello to you. Yeah, yeah. Well done. Just say hello. Yeah, just say hello.
Hello and well done.
MC, you've done a great job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the official end of tonight's proceedings. Once again, a big thank you to our judges, our sponsors for making this event such a huge success. A big thank you to the contestants who were able to pull us all in here. And a big thank you to every single one of you of being part of tonight. My name is Hugo Ribatika, done for the night. Thank you so much for making this happen. dinner is served. It will be served in an orderly fashion, so the waiters will come table by table. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening.